respect. From 1xbet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect.
Welcome to the RES LATAM Series number 4. We're heading into semi-finals day today. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. And if you weren't tuning in for the rest of the tournament, well, I really hope you were tuning in for yesterday. The quarterfinals were fantastic. Some upsets coming through. A lot of series that went the distance. A lot of great Counter-Strike being played. But before we discuss them, Michael, I want to discuss you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, good coming into these semifinals, of course. You know, coming away from those quarterfinals, like you're mentioning, a lot of very close series as well. You know, every single one of them going the full distance in 3 maps. And for us to sort of find our way into these semifinals where we still have teams that are contending for positions within that final LAN in Belgrade, Serbia, if you want to make it out of the RES LATAM circuit and into a global stage, that's the objective for at least one of the teams still in competition here as well. They are the makers of their own fate, so to speak. And I'm talking about Bestia in that regard. And we're going to get to see them in the first game between them and Pain Gaming. Crew and 9Z will have to wait in the wings before we start talking about them.
And if anyone else isn't watching, it's going to be a lot of these teams that are sort of in towards the top end of the relog circuit board as far as the relog points are concerned. And if you guys aren't aware of this, then across the 4 series that we've had so far, they've been, accruing relog points as well as some great prize money. And it's all going to come down to whoever has the most circuit points and the second most circuit points going forward to $250,000 LAN in Belgrade later on in October, later on in the year. But enough about that. Let's talk about our first matchup. It'll be between Pain and Bestia, Michael. And listen, Michael, Pain's come here. They had a 2-1, but I'll be real with you. They got a default win because Redkins was having some unfortunate issues. They couldn't connect in. They were having some technical problems over there. Mm-hmm. All I'm going to say is that was basically a 1-1. Pain could have lost that. Pain are coming into this looking like they're kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, and I mean, this was always going to be the right time to get an upset win over Pain Gaming. For them, they've come off of a pretty successful major run, but, losing their player on loan in Nissim and then going with Nizen and now settling on Snow. This is a team that is very much in transition of finding that next replacement player or that next fifth to fill that role, and Snow is supposed to be that guy. They've dished out the cash and they've clearly wanted to obtain what is probably the most talked about prospect that wasn't on one of these sort of fledgling teams vying for second, maybe even sort of that top 5 position in the South American region. So for them to have attained Snow coming into this tournament, that was a lot of the questions to be answered for Pain Gaming about how well they'd implement him and whether or not they'd look immediately better with his addition or not. And I think the early signs seem to be, he's not playing terribly, but we're not seeing the same version of Snow that we saw on Case. We're not seeing the same initiative being driven by him. He's seeming to take a little bit of time to kind of adjust into this system, but as I've played more games, he has also steadily had more of those responsibilities.
He's going to need some chiseling at least to be able to fit into this, Pain machine that's going to be going on. Bestia, however, on the other side is an unlikely machine to have gotten in so far, beating out Imperial earlier on, and what a series that was, by the way. Went overtime, distance, really good stuff. They started off being 0-2 down in their group, being dominated by the Sharks, just really looking like they're going to be irrelevant for the entirety of the series, and now they've made it so far to the semifinals. They've beat the second or third best team in South America on paper in Imperial, and now they're hoping to do the same with what a lot of people are probably thinking is the best side. And for Bestia, a lot of the action, it's coming in from Lukov and Tomashin, Michael.
Yeah, and I think just kind of outside of that, even if we're not talking about Bestia and the way that they play Counter-Strike, these guys are incredibly clutch. I think when we've been able to see Mayern in those positions, we've seen Tomashin, Lukov, these are the guys that are somehow winning rounds that are abnormal. 1 versus 3s, 1 versus 4s, sometimes 2 versus 4s. They pull rounds straight out of the doldrums. They have a lot of fight to them, and I imagine they'll bring that to this game against Pain too.
And considering the fact that, we've already talked about how Payne is coming in with a couple of problems as far as, integrating that new fifth is concerned, I would say is expected. I was honestly very surprised at how easily Lizen integrated in. It didn't feel like it should have happened that quickly. Historically, CS, you're thinking 2-3 months at least for a player to be able to come in and play. So that's the kind of place where you can get clutched more easily, right? Comms can fall. Maybe someone goes for a push. They're not really sure where the new guy is. All of these things going on. There's a lot happening. So we're opening the field up to an upset. But what is the field actually going to be, Michael? The veto comes into play over here, and for Payne, they've never really had issues with the veto.
Yeah, Vertigo and Ancient should be removed from here, and I'm kind of expecting that we should see a nuke in play, just because Payne like picking between Vertigo or nuke, and without them being able to pick Vertigo, if nuke makes the most sense, and because of the sort of counteraction, I actually think, Anubis is an option for Bestia, but I would kind of probably lean them to Inferno, considering some of the good work that we've seen throughout the group stage from Bestia on that map.
Oh, I'd much prefer an Inferno to come through as well. Anubis just feels like one of those maps where Big Azera, it takes so much control. It's so hard to play up against him. It might still be seen in the deciding map over here, which it will be. You don't really want to go for Mirage against them either. And I like these set of maps for Bestia, to be honest. And although Payne will always be favored, let's not mince any words about that. They're very good on all of the maps that have come in. It feels like these are the maps where there's the most tactical possibility for Noxy to be able to come in and maybe get a good anti-strand out, maybe be able to sort of get a couple of good reads in and start making things interesting up against Payne. For Payne, however, as much as I'm painting a narrative of what if, for Payne, it's more a question of when, as in when will they be able to fully activate? And if they do, then it doesn't feel like Bestia have much of a chance in the series.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think my criticisms or my concerns, I think, for either of these squads is usually for those new additions, whether it's Snow and his implementation, whether or not he's going to be able to thrive in the more controlled environment that Payne seemed to have. Because Snow is great in these chaos rounds where things are just constantly getting thrown at him. He just pulls out a multi-kill. But when things are a bit more organized, he seems to have a bit more struggles, weirdly. And on the side of Naz as well, that new addition for Bestia only coming in over in March, for him, he seemed a little uncomfortable in some of these anchor positions, these late round scenarios, which I imagine Payne are probably going to be exploring as well. And, for Naz, he actually has a lot better T-sides, maybe because he's, finding these opening kills and these opening bits of space instead of having to draw out into these later moments. So I'm kind of hoping that he's able to channel those strengths into this series, because there were moments where, he could have actually cost Bestia their playoff berth. And, fortunately enough for him, that clutch factor for Bestia actually did really pull through in a number of rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, and it's going to need to come in over here again. I can't imagine that they're going to be in too much of an easy situation when it comes to opening duels all the time. They're going to have to fight from behind in many of these rounds. And, they were able to do it up against Imperial. So, frankly, I think they can do it against Spain. We're going to wait to find out about that, though. But for Snow, Michael, I was actually thinking about this, Michael. I've been thinking about this analogy for a while. Snow's like the kind of guy who can't go to sleep in a silent area, right? He needs a little bit of noise around him. He needs some white noise, maybe some children playing outside, maybe there's a fight going on between two cats here and there, and that's when he's like, all right, I'm at home. But there's that uneasy quietness that seems to take him out of the situation, right? When the comms are too clear, when you know what's coming your way, when you know you're supposed to hit the shot because no one's screaming at you, no one's screaming on the other side, there's more pressure, and that's when it can be really hard to slot in when you've got your heroes on your side. Snow has a lot to do, but he is definitely a man coming in with so much buzz around him. We're just waiting for him to be activated.
Yeah, first map in the series, first semi-final underway. It's Bestia versus Payne, and immediately with Payne on his T side, start running through to ramp. But there are two already here for Bestia, but one's caught in the back. Lukov was trying to set up on B, but didn't know they were running him down.
Domijan now has to try and compensate, and he's not able to do so. Snow overruns with a quick double. The man of the hour, and it is his time. Noxy and Mayan, the only ones left. And you know what? I know we've talked about their 2v4 capabilities, but pistol rounds are a different beast. I really find this unlikely. Might be worth it to even contemplate the save for Noxy. It's only a flashbang, so nothing really to take forward over here. But yeah, Lukov being caught out of there, Michael, really looked like he was ready for Payne to take ramp, but not ready for them to rush down to the B side. He thought he had a bit more time to try and position himself behind that silo.
Well, the weird thing about this was that I'm not even sure that Bestia knew that they were running ramp so quickly. I think both of them started on that lower side of ramp before there was even contact made from Trophy. So for them wanting to set up on that B bomb site in that pistol right off the get-go, I think they get a little too safe in the assumption that Pain wouldn't go for a rush, or if they did, they would have had some kind of early cue. They would have heard the shots come out from Pain in pursuit of nobody. It was a very perplexing situation because neither of them looked ready to fight on that bomb site. Even though Lukov's the one that gets shot in the back, his teammate wasn't there to kind of divert attention before that happened.
And QZ is, of course, one of the players who might not have had the most conversation around him because of the initial focus on Snow that we are placing for good reason. But obviously, a player who comes through with this big pop-offs, but was criticized a bit for performance at the major at times that, you know, could have a shakier hand, could be second-guessing himself, and it's understandable for a player that young. But that pop-off potential is so real. CT side in the meanwhile, reinforcing lower. Pain have not actually made the cross back over towards the secret stairs. It feels a little bit unlikely that they are going to do so, but as the bomb is positioning in towards A, it's going to be a wrap in from Mini. Mayern's there to try and intercept. The MP9 could be good for a couple, but the trade is a little bit too fast. Big Azera takes him down, and with that, the CTs are going to be caught behind utility as the bomb is being planted.
Yeah, NQZ protecting the smoke as well from main, and even though there is some presence expressed here by Bestia, they will not decide to run through it. Noxy is still probing with this scout. I think there is an argument to be made about saving what little they invested into the following round, and yeah, Bestia are starting to make that decision themselves. So, for that one kill, that one sacrifice, Pain are able to get away with a relatively clean secondary round. But they'll still have to worry about these pistols and scout in the following.
Always do appreciate a team that's willing to try and save on the force fight. It does feel like there was a time where everyone was just trying to overcommit, see if they can just find some kills. And it felt like a bit of a pointless thing. If you believe in your force fight, you can believe in it for another round.
Yeah. You don't always have to go for retakes. I mean, when you're on full gun rounds, you're not willing to take that risk as well. Just treat it like a gun round. But it's less exciting that way. We want to see retakes.
Yeah. That's an excitement's going to come through with the Counter-Strike being played over here. We're up to the semis, and so far it doesn't feel like any of the stages has disappointed us yet. Big Uzera now with 5-7s rushing at him will be able to clean them up with the help of NQZ. Flashes were good, but they can't find the instant headshots, and with that, they can't find the kill.
Yeah, good coverage as well from Lux. Holding to make sure that Noxy couldn't get an angle with any weaponry. Didn't matter that he had the scout in hand. And only the two pistols that remain here for Bestia and Pain are not deterred. I think this is the thing about this roster on the side of Pain. They have leveled up quite substantially. Certain players at certain different moments in their career had hit underperformances when initially picked up, even though they would have been the talk of the town.
Yeah.
And for them, this was kind of a ragtag group that fell under the tutelage of Big Uzera, and she's brought the best out of them. And, you know, that accomplishment that they had at the major to have made it as deep as they did as this ragtag bunch has only inspired kind of better performances on an individual level. You know, there's, I think, a lot more personal belief in their own abilities. It's all
really
reinforced by that accomplishment.
It really does feel like they've just been trained into their roles so well that they've got a lot of this contained strength, right? They're really strong at knowing exactly what they need to do to the point where they can just focus purely on their mechanics in that sort of situation. It's a really fun thing to watch coming out of the South American region where, you know, over the past 3-4 years, all the talk's been about, hey, we're not really able to get the players in this role, this and that. You know, we don't have support players, we don't have IGLs. Well, Pain made them. Noxy, meanwhile, trying to make an advantage for his team. Bestia is unable to find the first frag, and Biguzera takes a chance to start lurking inside the smoke. There's going to be a head shown off soon, but Noxy isn't actually going to be able to see him. Bigu's just moving through all of these smokes. He's going to be completely unexpected. Nas as well. The timing working out for Biguzera. Will be able to get the adjustment, has a fair fight, and he'll always win those. Mirren is able to trade him, sure, but look at them out of space. He's found the bomb site, already taking out one of the defenders, and with Mirren's demise, it's going to be nearly impossible to recover the site, not unless Lukov can get some good damage.
They failed to do so. Noxy swinging out using that flash, but only Tomajan that's left remaining, and Kowers is able to punch it in. Snow ready to swing off his contact as well. He went wide, but Kowers denies. Pain Gaming, once again, finding a lot of success in the early stages of these games, and doing so by exploiting a big gap on the coverage there from Bestia. They had a player starting towards Secret. They're already around the other side of that smoke for any sort of garage insertion, but no one covering for this main cross, and that's all the gap, all the exploit that Biguzera really needed, because then the rest of the squad were prompted to attack that top side. They knew they'd found the pick.
So far, there have been a total of 4 kills in 4 rounds. For Bestia, obviously.
Yeah, it would be impressive if that was the case for Pain, really. They'd have to completely bamboozle them 4 times in a row.
After having the wind in their sails from Imperial's series and being able to take the win out against them. Let's not forget there was a nuke involved there as well. Imperial, a team that is as good as many on the map. Surely Bestia were feeling confident coming into this one. I don't know about their sales, but their win has certainly been knocked out of them. There's been a nice little punch to the sternum to start things off for Pain. This is exactly what they wanted, to be front running.
I think in terms of form, Pain have been able to maintain more of their form from that major run versus Imperial. I think Imperial have had a little bit of a dying down maybe of the flame, but you know, two top level teams within the South American region that seem a little vulnerable at the moment based on acquisitions or that run of form. Still, Pain looking strong at the start of this nuke. See if Bestia can pull through in one of these lower buy rounds. That can always serve to be the spark and inspires that extra confidence. Shows that Pain can bleed. 3-man setup in at ramp. Biguzera trying to hunt down these frags, and while he does find his kill via Kowes, it's just a back and forth slurry of trades all over the shop from ramp to lobby. It is still a man advantage held onto here by Pain. Noxy loud about his rotate, but he has recovered a weapon in his path. This will still be a difficult one to pull together. There's no kit and very little utility to try and make this work, but that smoke misses inside of Heaven.
That does give away his position, though. Not that they didn't already hear him coming over. Noxy's grenade could finish off Lux if it's well placed, and NQZ could be made severely uncomfortable with it as well. And that's an nade coming in. Lux forced away. NQZ will be coming in, not needed actually. Lux takes him down regardless. 3 kills for the man in the round. Pain, once again, keeping it going.
Yeah, Bestia had a good trap setup over at ramp as well. They really kind of baited Biguzera in, but after Tomajan's able to get these first 2 kills on the 5-7, the remaining ramp players are kind of traded a little too effectively for the stack to have pulled off. Tomajan just needed a little bit more assistance in from ramp, and there was a possibility. Still, back into a full buy. Noxy on that AWP. But you have to be really careful against Pain. They are as tricky a team as can be. They love throwing presence, sometimes not making use of it. And then we saw that play from Biguzera sliding through smokes to get through to main. That's something that Bestia can't afford to have happen to them. Tomajan, nice contact in from ramp, but you see just two players crouch holding for the eventual swing, and Noxy can't get the kill on the rotate. Still into a 4v4 where Pain have access to ramp.
Oh, the flashes just keep Noxy away as well. He really wants to try and peek forward, and he's going to do it inside the flames, taking so much damage for his troubles.
Yeah, that was a big gamble.
And not only that, he doesn't actually know whether they're going ramp or not. With that Molotov, Pain have effectively faked out of the CTs to be completely unsure of what the position is going to be. Only Mayern could actually start to foray forward and find information, but he does so at the risk of his own life and position.
These are saving type setups here for Bestia. They've got a player down on B and one holding spawn for a potential flank through to hell. So only two players on this top side that if they find these kills, it should just be the instant call to save. But Biguzera, a great read, hunting down towards CT, catches Noxy and now has a flanking position towards that top side.
The problem, though, is that that saving setup could be really good at just saving the round over here, but the re-Molotov out towards second vents is going to be such a problem. They don't hear the call, but at least Naz is still taken down. Lukov's a quick trade and nothing more to it. Bestia, who are getting ready to save, will have neither the round nor their weapons, not unless Mayern can pull something great off. 1v3 finds the first one, spots out the second as well. A deep flashbang will try and disable Biguzera, but Biguzera's not even blind to it. How? Must have got behind the Tetris boxes.
And also he saw it coming from a mile away, so...
It didn't look like he turned at all to me, man. But hey, Biguzera knows.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great play made by Biguzera. A guy that's willing to throw himself in on the entry, but also engage in the lurk. For him to have found that kill, and, you know, I'm saying he has this position where he could flank towards the top site. He didn't even go for it, but just by showing that presence, cutting off that man through hell, they had to consider it there on the side of Bestia, and the positions are a little bit hard to link up with each other in defense of that A play, because a player has to watch for that flank.
If you're finding it hard to link up with our partners, so don't worry, we've got you covered. Catch the QR code, whatever it's on the screen, go down to the link in the description, link in the chat, and you can go to our partners at 1xBet. If you use the code 1x RESLATAM, that's 1x LATAM, on the sign up, then you can get up to 130% extra on your first deposit, courtesy of the boys over at 1xBet. So do make sure you go give them some love, making all this happen.
It's all been one-way traffic at the start of this game. 6-0 start. And for all that talking about clutch factor and the like for Bestia, they've been in quite a few positions where, you know, there were opportunities.
They've been clutching at their pearls all the game long so far. What have they done to us?
Yeah. This is my M4. Don't take it away from me. Yeah, but every one of those opportunities has been incredibly short-lived.
Yeah. Does feel like the early round is where things have been getting trounced for them more often than not. And look, clutch ability is all fine and well, but when none of your players are actually getting frags, maybe like that's just the case right now. It doesn't feel like anyone's coming through with a lot of stopping power. They're sometimes getting out positioned pretty consistently. It doesn't really behoove them to have expectations of anyone in that way either. You need to start turning things around, and a 5-7 round would be a great way to start. It's a good first kill and a second found as well. With the AK recovered, Snow making noise, Mayern had to find the frag. Naz, however, not expected, hidden away on the top of HUD, is now going to be able to push right back in, recovers the AK and playing back from Squeaky. Lux is distracted, Naz comes in for the backstab, but he doesn't commit, not yet. Lux takes the fight to him, and Bestia, that's the exact kind of round they needed to have a conversation about bringing this game back.
Yeah, I mean, many of force buys they've done already, and finally able to pull through in one of these rounds. A double set of kills off of Deegs at the start, and you could see the immediate acceleration in from Pain once they realized that they were massively vulnerable to losing to these weapons, only to leave Naz's position completely unaccounted for. So that's, I mean, fantastic work from Naz. Great patience as well with his teammates all taking that first contact. He's the one that really brings them over the line.
Oh, Nas is so blind. Nas is so blind, but so is Biggest Era. They both got their eyes closed and they've decided not to see each other. Mayor, in the meanwhile, sees evil and disposes of it, only to be overrun by the demons of pain, snow, and Lux. Come into this bomb site, all guns blazing, and Tomashin will be able to at least find one on the flank. Noxy and Tom have a hard conversation to be had and not a lot of time to do the flapping of the lips. What are they going to go for? Noxy's at least taking a gander about things, and with NQZ missing the shot, Noxy knows the position, can't find the kill, neither can the grenade. Does feel like it might be time to start calling for the retreat. Time's running down low, but with Snow and Lux on the site and a 2-on-2, it does feel like Bessie are going to run out of opportunities to be able to do anything like this. Drop back down to the vents, and Noxy might be found. Indeed, he will be. Lux is chasing after him. Noxy gets given the chance to turn around. He'll have to fight for this chance. Tomashin nearby to provide some support, but not enough. Noxy goes down to the bomb.
Tomashin didn't even try and help him. He really didn't. You know, his teammate is getting rushed down towards outside of that red container, and Tomashin is just hiding towards Secret. I mean, he understood as well that his HP wasn't the most conducive to surviving that bomb radius, and maybe that's why he didn't step up those steps. But he was out of arm's reach to save that AWP. Not a whole lot of good it would have done them as well. You know, this position where NQZ misses his shot on the AWP, and Noxy had the spot to effectively punish him as soon as that information was relayed over. Those are the types of shots that Bestia have been hitting coming out of the group stage into the playoffs. Those are opportunities that they have not they've not missed out on. And for now, they're really just struggling to convert on these frags. You know, it's kind of akin to what you were saying earlier on. If your players aren't finding these kills, it's much more difficult to justify going for these retakes, these clutches. Right now, Bestia not looking like they're on their sharpest game coming into this first map, and Pain are not having that same problem.
You're looking towards Nas's MP9 and maybe try and get aggressive. Tomashin has one of his own as well. And, well, you know what? First kill is found at the very least, but the problem is that the rotation being Noxy comes in, stands inside a Molotov, gives himself a lot more than he found last time he tried that.
Oh,
I
that's
can't
a little
believe he gets
unfortunate.
away.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there for the spam from Mayor. Only one more bullet would have finished off Snow, but he's allowed to slide down those vents. It's not something that will even really be known or even considered really by Bestia. Oh, Ludo's gonna make a very loud rotate. And Snow could completely catch him out if they're not careful. They have to check these vents. They have to consider it. But Lukov goes around the corner completely unsuspected, and Noxy was low enough that it doesn't even have to be the most accurate shot there from Snow. Oh, the reposition is just perfect as well. Every player unexpected of Snow's position after being brought to 16 HP at the very start of this round. He's able to extend into 3 more kills that follow.
I think Payne finally allowed him to start playing White Noise while he's playing Counter-Strike. It's like, guys, trust me, I really need this. He has been looking very comfortable on the T side of here.
He's got that 24-hour ambient cafe noise YouTube video up while playing Counter-Strike.
And it's a specific one where there's like a couple fighting in the background too. The worst part is this round, it started off all right for Bestia. But there's one small play, the sneak past, weave through, dip down.
I think the most uncomfortable part of this round was that they lost their ramp player so quickly. You know, that's one of the jobs as the ramp player to stay alive or at least get away with a multi-kill. If you're going to lose your life, you have to get that trade. And unfortunately enough, Noxy was there sitting in the Molotov to get a man advantage, but Bestia weren't just content to understand that ramp was taken over. They wanted territory back themselves, and they chose to fixate that towards outside. And Unfortunately, losing track of the possibility that a player could have made it through to those vents when there was that deep smoke down in front of door. And you imagine the world where Mayor and Spam actually just happens to hit Snow. You know, there's kind of no ace up the sleeve there from Pain Gaming.
Or it's going to be the attempt at aggression. Snow is found. Mirren is allowed to retreat, but the smoke actually is completely disabled from getting involved. He reveals his position, slightly surprised about it, but he's worried about maybe a timing or something like it where a player could be pushing forward, maybe even getting ready to pop open the smoke. Who knows? There's a million things you can do around smokes in Counter-Strike. Pain, however, for once losing a lot of map control and not really being in a position where they can reinforce that bomb either. CT is getting aggressive in through secret stairs. His timing is looking very, very good.
Yeah. I mean, they heard all that fallback utility, so they know they should be in hot pursuit here. And Naz will have additional mobility with the fact that he's got an SMG in hand. This should not be even considered by Pain. They were outside moments ago, and what, 5 seconds later, Naz is breathing down their neck.
Bestia put all faith in him. They're just reinforcing entrances of the bomb site and waiting for the Naz flank to activate. Naz spots out the bomb and he's been tempted into taking the peek and the kill with it. Lukov in the meanwhile uses the distraction to his advantage. Finds a frag, drops down. Easy as that. Pain now in a 2-on-4. Money's not in the best position for them either. They might want to consider the save here. Doesn't look like they're going to though. Right back down to Ram. They want to take the fight in. Lux is taken down. Lukov finds a crucial second frag. NQZ's got space to try and go for a bomb plant, but is he ready for Mayan to just go for a peek right through? NQZ turns and Naz heard him do so.
Yeah, there were contingencies on contingencies. Tomjin ready to swing, Mayon ready to swing from both double and decon respectively, and then they also had Naz containing towards ramp. They're trying to do damage here on the Pain side. You know, if that forward presence from Naz wasn't already a bit of a tell, you are gonna sometimes walk into vacant-ish bomb sites, just depending on which side you decide to select. And they thought B would be relatively unoccupied. That was not the case. Good round for Bestia. Very good initiative being driven. Took over lobby control and then immediately were hyper mobile. Took over towards secret and outside as well. They had full information.
And now's a chance to try and make a run for 4. Pain on the verge of being completely reached out of a hair. Biguzera is found and taken down. NQZ behind him as well, forced away by the Molotov. So Pain will effectively concede all outside control for the beginning of this round for them to regain it. The smokes might not even be enough. You might actually need like a Molotov close. You might need a few other things as well. So if those aren't deployed, then at most you're hoping for a lurk to go in, and that lurk will be Lux.
Yeah, really just taking over for Biguzera, who was set up to make this play himself. But yeah, he was wondering where that rifle is. Finally, it's called over to him, but they don't actually journey with the util as a result of going back for that rifle. So things do quickly divert. Smoke towards Unbreakable. They're going to try and bridge their way into this A bomb site. NQZ, 1 kill. That's at least a trade. And Kawe surviving on 1 health. Still alive and kicking. A small man advantage here from Pain Gaming. But both these Bestia members rotating up towards Heaven. And they're wrapping that very same position. They hear the descent. They hear them evacuate from Heaven down towards ramp. And this bomb site is now completely open for the taking.
And the worst part is that Kawis has got no reason to drop down. He can just stay here for a longer while. So while the bomb is being planted, Kawis can just watch out for Heaven completely. That allows Spain to effectively play a 2-on-2 on this site if they're assuming lobby control to be contested. Kawis will spot out Thomason as well. It's not an easy fight to win with the Galil, especially not on 1 HP. But he's taken out a lot of life for Thomason, and Noxy wants to try and get aggressive. The problem will be the Molotov. Even if he could go forward and cheat past it, Tom can't do the same.
Yeah, I think even with Noxy peeking, he would have had to have gotten a kill so rapid if they wanted a chance. And that just simply wasn't to be. Pain weren't going to overexpose themselves. Man, that is a perfect decision. A kill from main very quickly. The A players see nothing. And they suspect that it's a lower bomb site hit. And while they're rapping towards heaven, they hear both players run towards ramp. So they not only got confirmation on numbers, but confirmation that it was all safe for the journey.
Yeah. And that's another round, which starts off really well for Bestia. And even if Pain made the right decisions, listen, a lot of it came down to just the fights being won by Snow and coming in from Squeaky as well, right? That's not something you can underrate. But now Nate to open up the smoke and again a 1-for-1, but not losing the crucial man of Vigu. Flash out, no one here to peek with it. NQZ is only just going to be kept dizzy for a while. I do like this regression into lobby, though.
It is a pretty common response, but I do think it might serve to be a patience game as well.
Oh. Mirren's able to re-divert himself as well. Spots out the player on outside. Now the call has been made. It's likely to be an outside wrap in. The only player you'll have in ramp to defend is Nas with his MP9, so Tomajan needs to make a move, and he's done so, but he reveals position, not finding the kill initially, keeps the fight going. Deep Flashbang will do nothing but to give him more time and space to retreat back to T-spawn. The home of Pain has been invaded, but in all fairness, they've done the same to Bestia, but time is ticking down low, Michael.
Yeah, and Snow still hasn't moved a muscle in from lobby. This is the weirdest part about this round, is that he could still find this kill onto Tomajan, and they could try and justify an A-side attack, because Tomajan is starting to be more and more convinced without a sort of resounding pressure planted here by Pain that it would be that lower side, and they have made their way down. They get that bomb planted, and Stowe still finds impact on that lurk. Big Uzera catching them as they make that rotate down to this lower bomb site, but Naz is wrapping him, and Big Uzera completely unaware, but Cow is there to trade, no problems. It's Noxy on the AWP, and so many angles to deal with, far too many to justify. A 10-2 half in from Pain starting T side. They were all over them, and lightning quick on trades and entries. They dominated this first half.
There are certain games where you look at an underdog versus a favorite, and you think, okay, they're just being out-aimed. Pain is running circles around Bestia's calling, and that's not to say that Bestia isn't calling well. A lot of these calls have been effective. They've been finding space, they've been trading map control. It's been really good to see, but Pain always ends up one step ahead in these situations.
Yeah, I think the thing with Bestia is that I agree that they made some good calls, but towards the end of the half, you know, when the damage had already been done, when Pain had already found 6, is when we started to see the best out of Bestia, and even then, you know, that wasn't always enough.
Tomajan, alright, Cow is actually has had Tomajan move all the way past. I don't think the CTs really have a clue about this. Because Zera's dropped down earlier on. Lukov wants to isolate this duel, and he's been given a few more opponents to try and work off of. He started off on level 1, and now he's got 3 people down below. It has suddenly been an upgrade of difficulty. Tomajan, however, is the man trying to be a nightmare to Pain. Pain's lost 1, Lux finds another, but now we can just expect the player inside the site. Anyway, Lux gets it done, and around the corner, feet spotted, takes down the man, can't prevent the bomb plant, but Mayon can't prevent the CTs reaggressing, just simply can't get a kill to save his life, and to save his life, he needs to from the knife. We'll get it, but Vigu's not fooling around. He doesn't want any of these shenanigans. Pain will find 11.
A 1-on-2 and they tried to knife. You know, or rather a 2 versus 1, they're trying to knife him in that CT vent. I cannot believe that they're feeling so brash and brave, but they are feeling real good about how this map has been going. I mean, they're picking the series, sure, but they have been all over Bestia, even in this instance where they do find entries on this T side. Lux was able to serve to spoil any chances. Kawa's relying on Big Uzera in that moment to finish the round off if he wasn't able to get the stab. And maybe you should take a stab with our partners over at 1xBet. 1x RES LATAM is a nice little code that you can use to get up to 130% first deposit bonus with our partners. Do be sure to check them out. Link in the description or in chat as well. And they even have a mobile app, so
nice.
Do be sure to throw some love their way.
Always mobile with the mobile. That's what we want, and NQZ is mobile. Got a nice little bit of space outside. Is this going to be... No, never mind. Sorry, for a second I thought it might be a call to reset the round. No, they're just taking their time. They want to try and chill out on top of the rooftops. Vibe with the boys. Snow, however, flash dodged. MP9 will not move a muscle, but it will not find any muscles either. They're not able to get the kill initially, but Thomason chases past him and trails him down. Bestia 5v4, but NQZ with those fast feet will be right back to even. Meanwhile, Cow is taking a brazen peek. Long range duel with the MP9 versus the Galils. Meanwhile, Big Uzera will also fall. So Bestia, they don't get the pistol round, but they might be able to find the next best thing.
Yeah, looking good. NQZ, a 1-on-4, too much to ask for, especially when he was simply ill-equipped for any of those fights. Really nicely handled here for Bestia. Kept themselves composed, kept themselves together predominantly as well. And, you know, it's Mayern that just ends up taking all this extra space and pushing for the advantage. Continue to collect on those kills as well. Yeah, losing the pistol ain't as big a deal when you win the second round, but it does matter a lot when Pain come into this half only needing 3 rounds to close the game. Because now they only need 2 rounds, even if they do lose that pistol.
Yeah.
Or rather, counter-forced by... Nice spam from Lukov. That's perfect echolocation. Heard the spams of Big Uzera. Didn't have the tracers because Big Uzera was spamming a different part of the smoke.
Well.
And not a lot of success there from NQZ. 1 kill. Bestia are fine with that.
I think the 1 kill does allow him to guarantee the AWP plus a little bit more money, at least. So, you know, there's that. Not in the next round, the round after that.
1900, 2600,
2400.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be glass cannon AWP. That is possible. I don't think they'll do that. We'll wait to see. Also, when I was saying $1,900, you know, 1900 plus 700, 2600 plus the 2400 for the next one. That's the way I was doing it.
Okay.
I was showing my workings to myself.
All right. I just saw $5,000. That's enough for me in matchmaking.
I mean, it's enough for some.
Well, someone wants to get a little bit more, but unfortunately, although he gets his hands on the AK, he doesn't ever actually get to shoot it. It's like getting a toy that's already broken.
Yeah, we've yet to see if Bestia can really offer up much of a fight coming into the second half. I'm sure coming away with the second round after losing the pistol and now the conversion alongside it. There is still hope, but they have to cross a lot of the distance that was built by Pain from that first half. So before it can really be taken seriously, because, you know, when we start getting into these full investment rounds where, you know, you're talking about the potential of AWPs, but, you know, just all the utility and all the rifle work that Pain can provide when they have those optimal weapons, and, you know, we have these straight up gunfights. I'm not sure that Bestia have shown their best game.
Oh, Thomason, poor guy. He's just 1 clear away from seeing 4 players coming through, and if they start to climb the ladder here, which they won't, but I kind of wish they had, just one tiny little blue eco frag popping out one after the other. Deadly in the numbers. Cowboys, however, not deadly at all. He's in fact about as much of a sitting duck as you can be. Snow finds one. I think that was actually on the come up from the ladder as well. This is suddenly getting a little bit more expensive, and Snow keeps it going. Second kill collected. NQZ is still yet to reveal position, and he is going to be given at least a chance to get one for free. But the headshots, they're lining up. This might be even better. Snow's being given a few easy shots, and Noxy taken down and out. The bomb dropped underneath. Tomajin, time ticking down low, and where we were talking about a full buy, it's a full eco. That's really putting them to task.
And now Tomajin doesn't even know if he can make this journey down towards those vents. He's not sure that he can realistically cross, and now he's even missing the vent. He'll have no time to clear anything. Snow is absolutely just going to win this round. Already 3 kills to his name. Snow has dominated them on the full save. I don't even think he believed he hit that third shot. He had to do a double take and come back towards the A bomb site once he realized what he'd just done. This was insane. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Snow.
I want to see the first kill that he's able to find over here. Oh, okay, so it gives the... Alright, it gives the jumping animation if you're even on the ladder, I see. But, no, man. Great stuff, and I know that I said Cowiz ends up like a sitting duck. To be honest, it feels like maybe Cowiz gives them his full sense of security. That said, Snow did make noise coming up the ladder, so it's definitely some comms issues going on over there. Bestia, however, are communicating that they might be done with the game. Double smokes don't matter. You can still blow them open because Zera reminds Noxy of that.
God, this looking pretty done.
Hey, maybe not.
No, I mean, they're getting absolutely rinsed. Even for the HP here on Nas, a 2-on-3 from this position. Sure, they have access towards outside, but there's effectively only one way that they can go that isn't fully accounted for here on the side of Pain, and they are choosing right. Starting to wrap towards Hell. This is something that should be considered by Pain at some point. Yeah, you see Kawa is looking up from the A-bomb site itself. But even then, you know, they're probably just going to have to try and line up for a trade. You know, if Mayern leads and he dies instantly, there's very little chance that Nas can do much of anything.
They're going back over towards the lower side. Especially with the Molotov out towards heaven. I mean, that is the right call. But where are you going to find a fight to isolate? Lox isn't going to take the peek. Lox is going to wait. He's on the jump spot earlier on, and now all he has to do is keep an eye out for the bomb to be planted, go, peek out, swing wide, find the frag, and the round's pretty much done there. And then with that, Bestia as well will lose their hopes in Pain's map pick. They will have to combat back on their own.
Yeah, a very dominant display in from Pain Gaming, and just as there was a glimmer of hope here for Bestia, they're shut down by effectively a full save from the Pain Gaming side. Snow with a ridiculous 4K to get them to that line, and then you see that final round, they just get picked apart on the cross towards outside. So, hey, listen, I don't think Bestia really showed their best work at the start of this game. I think they found themselves too deep in the hole, and they did actually start to kind of wake up in this map, but maybe a little too late. I do have my hopes held a little higher moving into their own map pick, as well as the fact that they start to get more engaged towards the end of that nuke performance. But I am hoping that they find that stride moving into our second map, else Pain are just going to have an easy walk through into the finals.
Yeah, Pain's been walking over them so far, and we're going to have to find out whether that'll continue or if they'll maybe stub their toe in the middle on Inferno. Bestia still have some hopes, but they are seeming a little bit thinner. We're going to have to find out whether they can make us believe after a small break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very soon.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series. Semi-finals are underway, and I'm T-Time with Michael Human Cassidy. We've just seen Pain look like, well, themselves up against Bestia. I'll be honest, this is what should have happened on paper, but the fact that it did doesn't make it any less painful for the Bestia side.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time for Bestia to really come online in that server and in that first map. And by the time they made those adaptations, it was a little too late. Even when they were making the right reads or they were making the right sort of counteractive plays, they were getting destroyed still on an individual level. Pain had fully powered up. And now we move into an Inferno, which has been a strength for Bestia traditionally. We saw some great work from players like Tomajan as well on some of his lurking presence and his round recoveries on this map. And I'm really hoping that Bestia, because of the fact they found that little bit of form towards the end of that first map, they can bridge that and make this a full 3-map series, because Pain have clearly come here to play.
Right now, all of us want a 3-mapper, that's for sure. All of us except for Pain.
Had 3
what are we
mappers
done
throughout
with this?
all the playoffs. You know, it would be a shame if it starts to be 2-0s in the semis.
Hey, they had a 2-mapper, 3-mapper as well, so...
Yeah. They didn't play part of the first map, to be fair.
Yeah, 6 rounds. Biggest error, though. Does manage to get away with most of his life intact, considering he takes a ding, but it's through the corner of the wall, so he's A-okay. Meanwhile, Lux is being set up for the perfect bait setup. That's what he thought, but instead he's just being cooked. He thought he was going to be doing the cooking, Michael. He's out of this kitchen, no longer wants to be a part of this fruity business in Banana.
That is very awkward. Bestia threw that flash to really set their players up, but instead they're blinded up as well. So they can't even get that punish kill onto Lux after mauling him out of position. Still 5-on-5, even if Lux and Biguzera are wounded.
Biguzera's got himself the spam line, but instead he just gets taken down, tries to foray forward, and Lukov is keeping these players busy, preventing them from rotating, preventing them from breathing. But Kawis has done the same back to the A site. Now with a 1-on-1 split on either team, NQZ will spot out the first, and he takes the duel to Lukov only to lose it out. Lukov has been untouchable so far.
Yeah, 3 great kills, left on a solitary lurk, and he killed everybody on that B bomb site. Snow has a lot to do coming back in for this retake, spotting 1 player, but doesn't have confirmation on both positions. Lukov holding off for that banana flank. We'll be able to stop the cross potentially here from Snow. Noise made, but a quick turn there from Snow. And a quick collection as well, given that low HP on Lukov. The last position known for Naz was over at New Box, but even at second oranges, Naz can't quite get a handle on it, and so Snow overpowers him. This is a 1 versus 2 clutch from that new addition here on Pain. Snow has shown up in the semis.
Kawis thought he'd be the star of this round, and he thought they wouldn't get the round at all, and then Snow comes through and seals the deal over here. Lukov, commendable effort, really doing everything he could, and sure, he flubs the line a little bit towards the end for that last frag. I don't blame him at all for that, honestly. It's okay. But yeah, twice over, the whiff comes through. Doesn't feel like that's entirely fair towards the Bestia side.
Yeah, I mean, that was their round for the taking, and all they had to do was capitalize on the exposed kind of haphazard clears in from Snow, and they couldn't do it.
Molotov's behind, Molotov's ahead, and almost even shooting his teammate in the head. Nades are going to be doing good damage, and Lux has done the same, but unfortunately for Lux, he can't finish the frags off, and the CTs will be forced to sit back and chill in their vacation homes of A.
Yeah, a nice long conversation for Lux and Biguzera. Because they weren't going to think about going for this retake whatsoever. Lose those 2 B players, especially when you've got, you know, mainly a short side and a bomb site hold from these remaining CTs. Hard to justify moving a muscle. So not only do they get their hands on this round, but also an M4 alongside it. Wind pistol, lose the force buy. Well, that's the second time this has happened now for Pain in this series. Had the same occur when they switched into CT on Nuke. Yeah, Pain are 3 for 3 on pistols, but 1 for 3 in conversion rounds.
We had a similar stat yesterday as well. For, I believe it was Solid.
Yes. Yes, I think you're correct.
And Solid lost that series, Michael, so you know what? Man, might want to deliver a little bit of pain in middle of flashback, his only friend, but this lone wolf is howling out of A.
He got those kills so quick. Quick little spray transfer. Sure, they were doubled up in very similar positions, but for them to be both instant headshots, I mean, that's about as much as you can ask for from an entry attempt. Beautiful stuff there from Mayer, and all facilitated by that one flash.
Is this going to be what's happening across the entire game? We're just going to see an initial play, find 2 kills really, really fast, and then Pain is just sitting and saving on the other side. Hell, guys, you're hunting these MP9s. If you don't hunt them, maybe they just buy into the next one as well.
Nah, Pain wouldn't do that.
Yeah, because they're not going to have the chance to. They're being hunted down. Not very aggressively, in all fairness, but yeah.
He got smoked off. Boring. And that's beautiful stuff there from Mayer.
Yeah.
And
Once upon a time, Fallen called Mayern better than called Zera, and this is when Cold was still really, really good. Not to say he isn't right now. Mayern unfortunately hasn't quite been able to live up to those ridiculous boots that he was handed and told, hey, you wear these. But he's always been a solid hand.
Sounds like Kyle described some of the outfits on Fashion Week. A man with ridiculous boots.
I like my fashion the way I like my Counter-Strike, Michael. It is fast. And Noxie speeding up only to quickly be taken down. Kawes actually finds Lukov, not Noxie. Now with Noxie cornered in, he can't actually take a beat forward at all. The second he moves, this MP9 is going to just remove his soul from this entire server. Snow feels like he needs to peek initially. Nas takes him down, and maybe that's the way you get some safety if you're Noxie.
3v2, but they do know that Noxie's low. That's why Snow was so intent on hunting down that frag. Took that peek from the site itself, and Tomajan able to overpower Big Uzera, who got the drop on him. Sure, the dink came through, but a very hard round now to recover if you're NQZ on the wrong side of the map. Even if these players are low, how on earth do you locate and collect on those kills? Noxie's still even lurking towards Banana, so if NQZ decides to go down towards T-spawn to hold on to this M4, very likely that's an angle that goes uncleared. And they shouldn't hunt, and they won't. I think that's a bit of an overcommitment there from Snow. One of the positions in which, you know, Bestia had significantly slowed their roll, and, you know, in an effort to finish off that frag on Noxie, just swinging out so wide that other Bestia members could have been involved to bail them out. You know, there was always a killing chance for Snow on a healthy member, but that's not really the range at which the MP9 is most effective.
Yeah.
Especially with the crossfire built from spawn as well. A bigger argument to be made to just kind of maintain that setup as long as you could.
flashbang will do nothing to Lukov. That's the advantage of the little piece of roof sticking out. He's there in the meanwhile from behind the smoke. Is considering going for the straight spam. Instead, no, he's going for the walkthrough. He's wrapping around them. And with the bomb being all the way deep, Banana, because Zera has a real chance of finding that bomb planter, or rather, finding the man who wants to be a bomb planter. Instead, we'll settle for the first. The planter now comes in on the flank. Mirren takes him down, and the neglect of the bomb, in fact, might be what ends up delivering them this round over here. QZ though doesn't want to give it to them for free. Nade smoke used for Lukov to peek, but he can't get the frag. Util is limited, and they're doing what they can with it. NQZ taken down despite not being really fully flashed up. And damage is good, but as of, well, pretty much almost all of these rounds, good damage isn't enough.
Yeah, and unconfirmed damage for some of that as well, just because it was spams through smoke. I think there was a last-second dink there from Snow as well on the USP onto Lukov. So yeah, these players would be a little nervous to pursue much further, but the healthy members, they're still fanning out to see if they can find a rifle or two. Bestia, once again, being able to breach into that bomb site. Some nice entries being collected upon. And right now, the problem for Pain is that they simply cannot finish these frags. That's a really unfortunate play here for Big Uzera. It did seem like he was lined up to deliver on a multi-kill, but you know, you highlight the fact that that bomb is down towards those T steps. 3 players walking through the entrance smoke to that B bomb site. Or rather, the bomb was on T steps.
Yeah.
And yeah, Big Uzera had to basically prioritize that frag, but he didn't know that that was going to be such a late player coming out on the B play.
What's kind of nuts is that we've seen 3 players starting over towards B bomb site, or sometimes 2. And that was the first frag they've had there. Across Lux, Big Uzera, and NQZ, where Lux and Big Uzera have predominant duties back to B, they have found 1 frag, and that's a backstab timing.
I think Big Uzera did hit a nice little MP9 kill earlier on, but if we're going to
skill feed, he's 1 and 4 right now.
Maybe it wasn't Big Uzera, somebody else.
Yeah,
Someone fell from spawn with an MP9 and found a kill, but yeah, I mean, these kills have been very fleeting. That much is very true. Still, they've been able to get a couple of kills, even with the bomb plant in from Bestia. Flash in, it's beautiful. Sets up Tomajan for the double, and that equalizes right back to 3-on-3.
That's just what the doctor ordered. CTs wanted to consider trying to go forward, but with the AWP recovered in NQZ's hands, and rather with the AWP held in NQZ's hands, he will just get out of there. It was a 5-on-3, and Pain got positions out. They knew there's going to be a lot of construction presence. That's where the flash was coming in from as well. And they simply didn't want to commit in.
Bestia making better use of the B pop flash for Banana. Better than Pain.
You think things are going to change when we're on the CT side? Let us show you the CT side from the T side. M4A1 and a flashbang. Meanwhile, if you guys want to try and make better use of your, betting habits, and you want to find the right people to go towards, then you can always go over towards our partners in 1xBet who've been supporting the tournament series all across. You can scan the QR code when it comes up again, or links can be found in the description chat, or you can just find the app on the Play Store or iOS. There's a lot of ways to find it, but when you do find it, tell them we sent you. Use the sign-up code 1xRESLATAM, that's 1xRESLATAM, for a first deposit bonus courtesy of us. So go over, check them out, and you know what? Get a little pat on the back for it. They are starting 4B on Pain this time.
Yeah, just allowing more
meanwhile-
resources to be held here by the actual B defenders, but yeah, while that's happened, this is just free territory. Lukov's working.
And Lukov read this perfectly. The flashbang, no! For a second there, I thought NQZ was just going to take his teammate's life away on his own, but Thomasin trying to trace around the smoke, and what NQZ started, Thomasin can finish off. Fortunately for NQZ, he is able to get a frag at the very least. He's making their way over, and if Viguzera tries to pop up and make a play, Thomasin is ready for this exact move to be made. He's starting to be a little bit more worried, a bit more cautious. Viguzera is waiting for these smokes to fade and his teammates to come through. His demise not guaranteed when the op shot misses. Viguzera comes up with a big double. Nas has had his position revealed from earlier on, and the Molotov will flush him out, but remember, there's only one kid for the CTs. That's in NQZ's hands. The bomb is planted in a slightly awkward position. Nas isn't sure of quite where to spray.
That's a huge play there from Viguzera. Incredible patience around those smokes. Had he revealed himself, tried to jump up into Graveyard, like you said, that was an angle being already held out for by Tomajan, but as soon as they blow open that smoke, that actually helps Viguzera weirdly. I thought he was going to get caught with his pants down, but found that first kill onto the bomb site and then quickly collected onto Graveyard as well, and that gives his teammates all the extra room. The information about where Nas is as well in the 2v1. And yeah, a little bit of a breakdown in the communications, I think, to Nas in that circumstance. I think he expected it to be planted just underneath that cold zero box. And that's why he sort of swings out so wide from the apartments, unwilling to spam. It was actually far more off axis and in a position where apartments actually could get a spam in from onto the diffuser. Nas was none the wiser.
Oh, flashes galore.
Back over towards B we go.
And it's a lot expended to try and get that deep banana control early in, but with the CTs being blocked off by one smoke, and oh, it does feel like some of those util pieces might not be the best used, but these nades are fantastic. The flashes help out as well. This is a much better looking defense. A great hole between Lux and Viguzera, with Tomajan's lure coming in for at least a frag. He will be given a chance to recover more, but Kawes prevents it.
Yeah, these were great kills over towards the mouth of B. Even the weird accidental jump there from Viguzera, I think actually kind of helped them get more kills, because they saw him hopping around in an effort to trade, and Lux is just able to collect on these kills that much faster, while Viguzera is taking all the attention, drawing it onto him instead of Lux. A lot more value from the utility in from Pain Gaming. And once again, finding that value knocks you down to 12 HP. Kawes hazarding that peek into second mid, but a very patient Tomajan the other end. Okay, that's incredibly ill-advised.
Speaking of patient, I would like to show you lack thereof.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Viguzera is also being a little bit impatient. Doesn't really want to wait for the smoke to get extinguished. Sees if he can find any kills. And you know what? That spam is nicely placed. With the 5-on-3, there's no reason to stick around over here. But you know what? After having been rocked and rolled on banana for so long, Viguzera doesn't really feel like giving it up immediately.
Good target isolation. Lux couldn't hazard that same retreat into the B bomb site. Viguzera smoke down over at the new box that threatens the prospects of a cross towards that pillar or dark. Hard to clear if you're Tomajan, and they just swing immediately. Viguzera on that low HP, willing to throw his life out. 4 kills from that in-game leader here on Pain Gaming. We can't talk about Pain without talking about Viguzera, that fragging in-game leader, stepping up once again. And firmly on the path to recovery are Pain on this CT side.
And as far as Bestia is concerned, you know, when they stop being able to find these fights over towards Banana, the question is, why is plan B? We've seen one successful A-side execution coming through, and even, I say execution, that was just a flashbang through from Mirren to just come out and get a quick double kill. Is there a plan B? Because you need to bring it out soon. Pain cannot be allowed to get away with the 6 before you.
Be surprised to find that plan B is in fact plan go B, and they're not learning their lesson. Lux fighting in front of all the utility, collects on a double. Mayern this time creeping his way into mid, but these players are so defensive on this A bomb site. Lux even walking through, pistol drawn. That'll be the kill that finally goes the way of Bestia, but Naz is left all alone. The A site pursuit not going much better than B's.
Well, you know all that conversation I was bringing up about how, man, because Zara and Lux, they just can't get any kills on Banana.
Yeah, that
Lux
stopped.
had to push through a smoke, so he dies.
Not sure why he drew the pistol.
So that his gun barrel shows less.
Yeah. I mean, but a P2K walking through a smoke, or was it a 5.7? I don't know. Maybe
I think
maybe
it
if
might
was
have been a 5.7.
Yeah. If it's a 5.7, I'm with it. But if he's going P2K through smoke, I have more questions than answers.
Naz has been given plenty of time to stew on his questions as well, and the questioning has to be directed towards Noxy, not because of his score, but more because of his status in the team. Hey, Mr. Leader, what now?
Counter-terrorists win.
I was kind of hoping we got the Nas replay just so I could get the answer to my question, but it's fine. A great shutdown from Lux over towards B, and the A-side defenders as well of Pain. Not batting an eye, not falling victim to the lurk. The only way really back into the round there from Bestia planned out. First timeout called by them on this T side. They are feeling good. Lost pistol, won the second round, and then we're able to convert that into 5 rounds straight, but Pain have accrued a little streak of their own, 4 in a row, and could well be 5 with a lackluster buy coming out from Bestia. And here's the thing about Bestia. You can't spell it without B. Or A, in fact.
Or A, yeah. I mean,
but A's the secondary option.
the problem is you're not spelling it without best either, and we aren't seeing the best of them. Biguzera, however, is the best. At least in my heart he is right now. Nate to follow up and finish off what he started. He's all about cleaning up his plates, making sure there's no leftovers.
I think these rounds are evidence to support, so I think it's just your heart that's really telling you that.
Well, you know what? You're right about that, Michael. He keeps it going for a full 4. Even leaves them behind so that his teammates can have a nice little bite. And Pain are up to 6. That is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. They went in with a buy in that round, and he made it look like it was an anti-eco. They were running through smokes. They weren't expecting him to peek round that towards car, and he just decimates them. Second time that Biguzera has come through with a 4K over on the B defense. This one, the more confident than the last. Bestia have really struck a dry spell.
Lux, not getting quite the same success, but at least he's got good old Bigu right behind him. Because there is also feeling more confident because of where NQZ is, and he's going to find another kill pushing through the smoke. Company has been forced back. Bestia in a situation which is not impossible, but they need to have NQZ miss a shot or two, and with the Molotov to prevent them from scaling anywhere, NQZ will be given chances aplenty. Thomason, position revealed, flash ahead. Now NQZ knows exactly what's going on over here. If Thomason takes even the slightest peek forward, NQZ has a chance, but he's really just buying time and space for Snow and Kawes to finish off the round.
From winning the pistol round to suddenly finding yourselves against a 5-1 scoreline, they close out this half with a 6-round streak. B was off limits, and that seemed to be the primary target for Bestia in all of these rounds, but they couldn't get past Lux and Biguzera once they really started firing back. We had some big multi-kills from Lux and Bigu on these banana holds. Hell, even some of the entrance to B fights that they found themselves in. Bestia suddenly they just couldn't find these opening duels, these opening entries that they had so much success with at the start of that half. And the tone has shifted dramatically. Pain already a map up after demolishing them on Nuke. And now coming back with a vengeance, moving into this T side. Bestia need to be able to strike in with some form here. Lux already taking a lot of damage via a Molotov, so he's down to 12 HP, but this is still a 5-on-5. Not too dissimilar to how things were building on that first half. Pistol and Mayern, some nice clean shooting. 2 quick kills as they try and make their way out through middle, and Noxy as well will collect on a double himself. And that low HP Lux, he was left on the lurk, but now lonely.
Oh, so lonely. Maybe Pain just want to do to Bestia what they did to them, right? Win the force by afterwards. Bestia, however, on a serious note, this is exactly what they needed to be able to get themselves back into this game. From here on out, the roadblock that they hit was on the T side, trying to commit towards B. That's what they have to tell themselves. Lux, able to find the first, still hunting for more. He could try and connect with Thomason back towards Pit. It would be a straight 1v1, an honest battle. As honest as it can be when you're on 12 HP, but with Thomason's headshot, it wouldn't have mattered either way. For Bestia now, the job is to convince themselves this was not a problem of firepower, this was not a problem of tactics, this was a problem of side, and now that the T side is over, it's CT side, we've won the pistol round, our mental needs to reset, let's get this going one more time.
Yeah, and first bullet to dodge is exactly what you're outlining. The idea that if Pain come in with the force buy, things could get very, very dicey indeed, but the advantage that Bestia had from coming away from their pistol when they lost is that they got a plant. You know, we saw the Snow 1 versus 2 to bring them back into it, and that added money from the plant, even if you lose, is a massive benefit to being able to get, you know, rifles out, SMGs and the like. And Pain didn't have that same saving grace, so just the one Deeg brought up here by Kawes. And NQC on a P250, but the Deeg is really what I'm focused on here.
Kawes has some very nice first bullet accuracy at times. He is going to start to foray forward. First chance missed. Might not be given a second. There's 4 players here in A, and Kawes is, well, he's really relying on them to start pushing in towards him, maybe to try and gain some ground in middle. If Lux can play distraction, then he certainly has a job that he can try and do, but he backs off. In the meanwhile, Lukov forced to do the same. Reinforcements come in. Molotov and Flashbang both at the ready. Pain will have to respect them.
Yeah, but they just have no smokes, no Molotovs, no nothing. So running past that Molly deployed at the mouth of B would have been all too dangerous. But being loud about their approach in through the brackets instead. Pistols are what lead the way. NQZ actually finishing off that frag on the P250. So a 1-for-1 exchange isn't terrible, but they're just bouncing between these sites. And they've dragged an extra rotate away here by Bestia. Lukov, isolated fight. Big Uzera trying his best to stay alive before his team link up. 10 seconds. These players either need to die or end up in a post plant, and they're not going to be given much of that safety. Kawes getting his hands on one of these weapons, trying to track down a flank, but that will resign Kawes to an SMG going into Pain's first bite and the first gun round.
If that was an M4, that would have been worth it. But unfortunately, Cowiz doesn't quite luck out on the lottery there. Okay, let's get this party started. Gun round on either side, sure, hampered by an SMG. That's not a matter to worry about. I like the fact that Bestia are using their timeouts early over here. They need to figure out what the setup is going to be. Is it going to be once again fighting concentrated around Banana? Are they going to be given a choice? Will Pain be taking the fight to them? How do they want to play this?
I think as well, you know, with the limitation of spawns across all the maps in the pool, for Inferno, it's another one of these sides where if you don't have forward spawns on the player that you kind of want to lead the charge, taking over B space can actually be very difficult. I think it's one of the problems that Bestia had as well when they were on that T side, is that by the time they got in towards Banana, the players that were meant to take that space were a little too far behind and sort of would have missed their timings. With Cowiz on this SMG, you want to try and make use of him in a way that's effective, that these rifles can trade off of him, or he can kind of effectively find space. Him setting up inside of the apartments over on A. Bigu trying to fight for some Banana territory, but it's some bullets exchanged and some damage done onto these Pain Gaming members, but not much done in reciprocation. Wow. Flash is beautiful, though. Lukov completely overwhelmed.
Because I felt like he was going to be blind for that one as well, but he just turns around, takes him down. Checks his angles. He's had enough of those smoke shenanigans himself to at least be very ready for something like that being done back. In the meanwhile, B-side has been asked to be reinforced. Bestia committing 3 players over there. Does feel like a sink or save call. And with a Molotov at the mouth of Banana, the D's really are just going to be backing off towards A. The problem is going to be the 3-man push coming over. The Pain side need to take account of this, and as the CTs are pushing in, Cowiz has found one back to A. They're still coming to B, and this is going to be the perfect call for Bestia. They've got all their players ready and waiting, but at the same time, you could just lose all your members and be unable to save anything. That might be the case. Tomashin found as well. And now Mirren is in a do-or-die situation. It's sink or swim, and he's wearing weights.
And he's completely boxed in, completely locked in into this position. There is no escape. They will try and hunt him. They know exactly where he is. No chance of them dropping their guard or anything of the like. He's likely to meet the same fate his teammates did. Really well-constructed round here from Pain. And the timing working beautifully for them. Just as Bestia wanted to re-aggress towards Banana, Pain were starting to peel back, and then they heard those steps. They turned around. They knew they could force these fights. Sorry, Mayor. Saving this weapon is an impossibility. Yeah, the timing just couldn't have worked any better there from Pain. All the meanwhile, because of that sort of push-pull over at Banana, Noxy starts peering in through middle, expecting that Pain, if they didn't find those kills towards Banana, would start re-diverting back to A, and he overswung into an angle that was already being held by Cowiz. You know, he was expecting someone to re-aggress into Boiler or peek through mid on that MP9, and, you know, he just is able to get the freest of kills as a result.
Early tag from Noxy at least. He's had a rougher game so far, but Lukov is, well, you know what, Lukov's been tagged up in a slightly worse fashion. B-side now with only a single occupant. And I don't think Nas can afford the rent over here.
Yeah, needs a roommate. So they'll balance the cost with 2. Noxy did hit that scout shot earlier on, a tag onto Lux. But we'll have to serve up something quite palatable for the rest of Bestia. Gets smoked off, and his timing shot will not convert. Pain once again just playing this patient game, this slow, drawn-out, try to finish in the late round style.
Pain can also just go back over towards the A side once Cowiz clears out brackets. That's the worst part of this. It feels like they've got all the options open to them in the world. And sure, it's only a force buy from Bestia, but it's when you really hope you can take something home on. That's what gave you your start on the T side as well. Noxy, in the meanwhile, will have Tomajan be able to recover a rifle, but he's losing members on the site itself. He's losing himself.
There's just too much to account for in that kind of a circumstance. You're playing defensive on A, you're playing defensive on B. Like you said, there's this open territory. There's the high contest areas that teams will work for so vehemently just to establish map control in brackets and banana. Were dominated by Pain already, and you already weren't coming in with the best of buys. Just had to rely on some clean, nice shooting. You know, that flank in towards the apartments was nice to overwhelm Cowes, but it also happened just as Pain were accelerating into this B-bomb site.
Terrorists win.
No chance for that rifle to have made its way to defend B.
You, however, can make your way over towards our partners at 1xBet by scanning the QR code over here. There's a sticker hunt event going on. If you go check that one out, there's a lot of cool stuff, giveaways and things like it based on your bets and the like. So make sure you check all of those details out over at 1xBet using the sign-up code 1xRESLATAM. That's 1xRES LATAM for up to 130% deposit on your first bonus. First deposit, sorry.
Your first bonus. Bessie did have that bonus coming into this half. And now back-to-back lost rounds. Only these two saved weapons are what they can really write home about. And they use their final timeout to discuss how they want to orchestrate this setup, whether they play 5 in the same place, whether these saved weapons double up together or split apart. Mayern will take responsibilities over at B, but I imagine Tomajan is going to try and get a little aggressive off of this M4. Has Lukov ahead of him to serve as that surveying player. They've sussed out that M4 immediately. Lukov gone and no trade onto Snow.
Again, it's a very B-sided focus to come through, but with Mayern's MP9 being the only weapon to try and reinforce, he has to do a great deal. Good for the one, but out of the open, traded out immediately. Pain might be worried about the potential of a stack setup over here. There was plenty of time for Tomajan to have rotated over as well, but they don't care. They're going to walk straight in. USB spotted out over here. They know where the second is as well, and with that, the call is straightforward. Take over, get double digits, and think about the next round.
And it really just has been smooth sailings since hitting into these proper investment rounds from Pain Gaming. And I think, unfortunately for Bestia, coming into this series, they have been outclassed in certain moments. You know, we had a nice flash from them at the start of this map. I was beginning to believe that they turned the ship around, fully hit that reset button after getting destroyed in the getting destroyed on Nuke. But then suddenly those kills stopped coming in. They kept encountering so many multi-kills, and we never saw them engage in a different gear. You know, lacking inspiration. Need to see that happen here and now while they're back on the reinvestment. They won't have Noxy on the AWP.
In all fairness, considering he's all pied up at 314. I mean, you could make the argument that, hey, that could be what turns things around. And in all fairness, we've seen that from a fair few players now. You put them on the AWP and they are able to actually make things look better, but no.
But it's not his site that's seen the most siege work. You know, same thing that happened in the first half with Bestia on the T side. B has really been the focal point.
It's like we're playing wingman here. But with 10 players.
Also, the Inferno Wingman is on the A-bomb site, which, you know, they're going to need to work off each other's contact at least slightly. This time it is an A-sided attack here from Pain, and Tomajan's able to strike in with the first. Mayern playing round this truck, gets his kill and falls right back. Lux as well had 2 players exposed, but unable to convert on a single. And that means the double kill for Mayern is that much more impactful. NQZ trying his best to come back into this round, but it's a complete shutdown on this A-bomb site. Maybe Pain should have stuck to B.
Yeah, right back to the B-bomb site. They're going to have to go, but now Noxy up stolen away from NQZ as well. If there was ever a time to activate, this would be it. Maybe a pick towards Banana. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker if Pain want to re-aggress into B as well. But Pain this time walking into the 3-man stack. Well, not really a stack, but 3-man setup of Bestia. Find nothing but 1. Well, 2 actually, but hey. And yep, that's exactly what Noxy's going for. Early shot with the AWP, but the nades what's done the real damage. Lukov is here to pick up what he started.
Lux even tried to play conservatively there. You know, he heard Noxy at car, heard him retreat, and actually didn't want to fall into the spam, and Lukov's able to stagger that spray long enough that Lux obliges, peeks around that corner through the smoke.
Kawazan will have to be the one to make a play over here, but he won't have a flash to help him out with, nothing of the sort. And with a boost on one side and a man who can spam through the smoke on the other, this is not going to be looking any easier. Yeah. Taken apart.
Pretty much exactly what Bestia wanted as well. You know, it was a very audible rotate away to kind of set up Nas on that boost. Even had Mayern from the other side from long with that smoke down, playing forward to isolate Boiler. So the setup works beautifully in from Bestia, in at the brackets. That, and they found the opener over at B. But they've called extra reinforcements this direction. This has been the real place of success for either squad when they've been on the attack. Nice block on the smoke here from Lukov. Gives him some extra room to play around with. And it's not looking like Pain are going to get much room at all. Lukov and Noxy shutting things down. And there will be no loss of life here from the CTs to defend. They are now 1 shy of tying up.
And let's not forget, this is exactly what happened in the first half for Pain as well. There's a bit of momentum. The other team's looking untouchable. It feels like you can't do anything. 1 round is all it takes. And the CTs have been building up cash as well. Remember, that AWP is saved. 3 players in the previous one. 5 over here. And very likely at least 3 more to go out of this. Maybe more than that. Bestia in a good place to derail the Pain train. Oh, they have to move past these Tech 9s, this AK of Kawez.
It's a bit of a cute play there from Kawez. If someone was in those apartments, they would have heard that step and maybe peeked into that flashbang, but nobody home here for Bestia. They play from short, pit and long. They've got 4 in defense of this A-bomb site, but closer to the site itself.
Thomas in position revealed. Pain have an opportunity over here to find a kill and retreat, maybe even 2. And look, there are 2 kills in middle, but it's not from the man expected to do so. Tomashin comes through, big double. Noxys as well found another elsewhere on the map, and it's going to be just a comfortable cleanup. The CTs have been losing numbers. The AK is still alive. Snow's got an M4. Snow's got no life anymore.
Does Lux save? Real argument for it, but also with the time low, was a chance that Bestia lower their guard. Noxy holding into those apartments, or at least going to quickly check it, and catches enough of Lux there to finish the job. Timeout called here from Pain as Bestia tie things up at 10 and 10 apiece. This has been an incredibly streaky game from both teams, really. where one is finding success, the other is looking a little dazed when it's occurring to them.
I don't know what the solution is going to be coming out for Pain over here.
I mean, I'd have to believe that it's going to be more B-sided focus. Every time they've gone towards that A-bomb site, when they've tried to take over brackets, it has been this slow approach that has ultimately netted, you know, Mayern a bit more impact as well in this game. Noxie's gotten a bit more involved on that AWP as well, and it will be B, but Lukov sent it down towards Banana, right into the face of Big Uzera, and pops him immediately.
He even gets a second one before finally going down to the Molotov. Might have wanted to use the smoke to keep himself safe, but when he's already deployed it, he takes the fight to them before it blooms. Maintains advantage for them.
Look at the
Now,
rotate in from Bestia. They've vacated the B-bomb site. They're looking to reinforce A instead, expecting the counter reaction here from Pain.
this is generally the time when Kawes starts to lurk forward, but he's gone a little bit early. He might not be expected. Kawes did have a chance and he's capitalized, only to be traded. Pain's advantage, rather disadvantage, cannot be compensated for. Noxie turns the corner, freebie found, NQZ not ready at all.
Yeah, great timing there from Noxie. Wasn't sure he'd be able to get there in time, or whether he'd be all attentions drawn over to that entrance or not. But Snow must know that that AWP is somewhere close. He's gonna use the flash to try and deter Noxie from that peak, and Snow will be allowed the safety of a plant. Still, a 1 versus 3 from here will be difficult.
Noxie's made noise. Snow nearby. Can turn around. He knows there's already a skill into this site found and a Molotov behind him. The CTs only need to worry about a flank in, and Mirn is just eyes peeled like a hawk. Bane cannot find anything on Banana, and they simply can't find the tempo on A.
Yeah, Bestia are right back in this. I mean, even before they got to a tie scoreline, you can see the confidence through which they're playing as well on this CT side. Very much the same kind of actions that Pain were pulling off when they had their run on CT. Bestia are implementing that a little earlier in their defense. Lukov has been finding a great deal of success over towards Banana. If Pain can't address that, then Bestia are going to continue having these stacks on that A bomb site, and when Pain go that direction, are going to have to fight extra hard to breach.
Once again, Lukov forced away by a Molotov, but he's got company right behind him. Flashbang, and he wants to take the fight to them. He's peeking all the way in. They're both fully blind, but able to retreat. Big Uzera and Lux will not be taken down this time. Big Uzera fights back, but is he aware of Tomashin's rotation? Surely he is now, but will it even matter? No, it won't. Bigu and NQZ take over the B side, and Kawa is finally in a position where it looked like he'd be able to guarantee a round, but instead he's opened things up once again. Noxie even finds a second. The dual lurk will exit stage left and leave both Big Uzera and NQZ incredibly wounded. Their real advantage is the utility that they have. NQZ, an incendiary ready. Big Uzera, a smoke interrupted. Point taken. Nade blows open the smoke initially. The op's gone forward. Noxie gives up his life for Mayern to make a play, but the time's running out. It's running low. Bestia need to commit to a plant, but with the Molotov down, there's no chance for Mayern to get this one done. Big Uzera's given them another round. Pain are still in it.
How much more do you need out of Big Uzera? A 4th kill before falling. He is an absolute champ. An absolute hero. A 4-on-2 brought down to 2-on-2 where they're both so low HP. If Bigu didn't chew it down to a 2v1 here, with NQZ having that Molotov, it was going to be incredibly taxing, incredibly difficult. Even with that smoke being interrupted, they would have spammed it. They would have had the manpower to cover both sides. Big Uzera is thinking steps ahead, and he's doing what he damn well needs to make this game close.
He's up to 23 frags now. But the worst part of that round is, Michael, you can have Superman come in, you can have him save the day, he'll beat the monsters, but that doesn't mean the city isn't destroyed. Bane need to rebuild this economy. And they're not going to have the space to do it. It is now or never.
I mean, this is a swing round for either team. Bestia's money is not looking too hot either, and they're the ones that have been on the streak. This round is critical to how this game lines up. Even that fight for overtime is less likely for the team that seeds here.
Bestia will have the theoretical safety net of a save, but Bane just need to take the fight to them.
This is a map that has been defined by how well these teams hold Banana.
And so far, Bane's forays to A have been less than successful, to put it lightly. They want to change that tune. They've left Lux behind. Kao is in a slightly different position to what he's normally playing in from, and Bestia have 4 men here at the bracket side. Thomasin's made noise, the flash in as well. Payne will be going for a head-on collision. There's so many CTs, and they're fighting right back. Now's good for another one. He will fall, and the CT overrun cannot happen. They had the numbers, they had the defense, but now they only have Noxy, who's hit that first shot, spotted out. Lux chasing him down, but he's fighting a madman. Noxy comes out on top.
That second shot is lightning quick there from Noxy. A slow start to this game. Didn't have a whole lot of impact on that T side, but on CT he is delivering, and is certainly delivering the goods there in that moment. A critical 1 versus 2. His teammate was going to be too far away to have any real impact or influence on the hold. That is marvelous stuff. It's just in-game leaders battling it out, and the buy from Payne is far from ideal. Mayern even getting aggressive off the back of this. This is a bold call to make here if you're Bestia, and it's a counter flash that really comes back into play. Noxy making it a stable game, 3-on-3 once again, but he won't have reinforcements. Alone on this A-bomb site once again. But Cowis doesn't exactly have the troops behind him either. Bestia have pulled all the rotates over, and Noxy has kept them away from short. They know that that site is safe. Naz closes the gap with that MP9, and he can commit to a swing on timing. But it has to be Naz now. Noxy not there to support. He hears these steps around him, and that MP9 will serve him no good. A man advantage found. They breach the bomb site, and they can look to plant as well. They know about Lukov, but where is Noxy gone?
Noxy's coming from behind. M4 now switched out for as well. They would have heard the gun dropping in if they've calmed it over. Once again, without HP on the Payne side, and QZ and Kawes needed to bring it together, and it's only Kawes left. He struggled so much on this A side. Noxy has been the bane of his existence, but maybe it's time for a little bit of comeback. Maybe it's time for vengeance, and it is swift Payne to overtime.
These last few rounds could not have been any tighter, any closer. That didn't even look like the cleanest shot there from Kawes. Noxy was serving up a potential nightmare for Payne. But what a decision for Bestia to make. Final round in regulation, they get aggressive and it served them well for the opener, but Payne created a great counteraction. The A bomb site has been chaos. B has at least been determined by utility usage, these aggressive plays at the early stages of the round that are a little bit more predictable, more understood based on the round timer. But when we get into the A bomb site, it is a complete brawl, a scrap.
And I have to say, so far, Kawes has been struggling to find the perfect timing for himself. That previous round was... I mean, it's finally that lurks paid off.
Yeah, and all he really needed was some help from his friends. He didn't even really lurk in. He simply waited for the rest of the squad. Cows has been consistent throughout this map, but without them committing to that A-bomb site, had to do a lot of work alone and frequently wouldn't find his frag. That much may be true.
For Bestia, this isn't going to be their first foray into overtime. Yesterday's matchup against Imperial ended up with a nice little overtime victory for them as well on Nuke of all maps. It was a pretty one-sided affair against Imperial on Anubis for them, and that's going to be the decider map coming up over here in case they're able to win Inferno. It's still it feels like it's a world away. But that's a world they will have to conquer.
Yeah, and for Pain this tournament, this is their first time in the overtime. Getting a lot of added paces with their newer addition. Big Uzera popping Lukov with an HE. Straight into the overtime we go, and it's a util exchange. And sure, there has been damage done onto that Pain Gaming side, but they still have all 5 alive. Bestia can't say the same.
Noxie's been a menace ever since he's picked up the AWP, but now he's going to have to be a solitary menace. A lonely man, but a deep Molotov will be trying to force forward the first deal. Lux has been invited, and never call a vampire home. Lux will suck his blood dry, leave him to rot, and Bestia will be left to contemplate what to do in this situation. Pain still with 2 incendiaries and a smoke. Retaking this site will be impossible.
That's absurd. I mean, Noxie knew exactly what he was doing. Threw a Molotov out. We see a lot of players from spawn through that util, and the reason it's so dangerous from the T side point of view is that if you don't swing, one, you take a lot of damage running back through that Molotov, and if you do, they're very prepared for you to take that contact. We saw how fast Noxie was on some of these shots defending the A-bomb site, but even with all that forewarning, the expectation of what he was doing just gets demolished. And of course, they're chasing for these guns coming into the overtime. They've got the money to spare as well. There will be few survivors. Tomajan, the only man that sits afloat here on the side of Bestia. Pain lose a lot of their weapons, but they're the ones that win the round.
To be honest, it did feel like even one is A-okay for Bestia. But yeah, they're going to be able to afford up the AWP for the rest of the rounds as well for overtime, even if they don't win this one.
It's really double ops where you actually feel the strain, but
yeah.
Even if they lose here, someone else can maybe wield that big green, even drop it over to Noxie.
Deep Nade's going to do some respectable damage to Lukov, but unlikely to dissuade him from trying to get aggressive. Once again, the call is straightforward. Leave your AWPer out towards that B site. Now, it will be reinforced with a bit more utility just in case there was a re-aggression timing, but Pain have taken the chance to go into brackets instead, and they have made no secrets about their part. Secrets, however, will be held from Big Uzera, forced out of his chest by Nas coming in, and with Tomashin finding another one, suddenly things are falling apart for Vayne, and NQZ unable to trace out the retreating CT. And in a 3-on-5, it doesn't feel like there's anyone who's going to be able to take point and find action on their own unless Lux gets a straight headshot onto the AWP of Noxie. That's a tough ask.
Love the re-aggression here from Bestia. 4 players in defense of this A-bomb site, but the first set are ready to greet them in at the brackets. Lux turned the wrong direction. NQZ can't hunt down that trade. They get that eyes on the prize. That bomb dropped at their feet, and Mayern covers their flank as well. Snow cannot make it out of the apartments. No one falls here for Bestia. A very successful hold onto A, and that's exactly what they need. They need to keep pushing Pain away from this bomb site, because all the success really from this Pain side has come off of these B picks, and if they're denied access there, then Pain's game suddenly becomes a lot more one-dimensional.
That's true, but also at the same time, we have to remember there's one round left of T side for Pain, so we don't know what the form's going to be like for either teams when you start switching things over. Noxie's gone from being on, what, 1 kill, I think, to now 13 in the past 8 to 9 rounds. And now with Lukov getting aggressive, he's found himself 2. Bestia is giving themselves a winning chance, but Biguzera from beyond the grave will at least raise his voice one last time.
This is, I mean, perfectly read. They blow open that smoke and they catch Pain completely off guard. Some players not even having guns raised, but Kawes this time lurking in through the A bomb site, finding a timing over Noxie, who re-clears so late towards long. Tomijin's trying his best to track down this member, but Kawes is wrapping around, but stops in his tracks. Who outclears who?
This is a real problem. Tomijin will be able to find Kawes. He knew that he wasn't going to be backing towards CT. That's what Naz's position was trying to guarantee. The bomb is planted. It cannot be spammed. There's no nades or molotovs, nothing like it, to take out NQZ early in, and Snow is thinking of pushing in through the smoke. Or at least waiting it out while it dissipates. Naturally so. NQZ spots ahead, takes it away with a spray. Takes a while, Labor to do it, but he keeps it going, brings it back to a one-on-one, and now the new guns on either side need to perform, and Snow will have advantage on advantage. Pain collect 14.
Very difficult clutch there to win if you're Nas. Snow, like you said, having all the advantage, especially with NQZ on the rifle fighting first. The expectation would be that they would have doubled up, and that's why NQZ was so willing to take that challenge, but he did so because they were at that deficit. Pain once again striking true, and there's this sewn in chaos courtesy of the fact that Kawes is able to get in on that timing towards long. It severs rotates, keeps those A players busy as well, and sometimes that's all you need. These clutches from Snow have been incredibly important. Hasn't been a man that's led the scoreboard, but he won a nice clutch in the pistol round. And now closing on that B bomb site once again. Now, which version of Pain do we see over at Banana? That's the big question I have. Bestia were assertive their whole CT half, but Pain had their struggles finding these fights at the early stages in regulation. Lukov fighting round the Molotov, and Lux fully flashed up, but he gets his kill just before falling to that full blindness, and he's got a teammate right behind him as well. So 2-2 split between these sites. It's back to 4-on-4.
Tomlinson's going to be relegated to playing solitary lurk, as he has been so many times over, just trying to play distraction. And look at Kawes, he's already started to move back towards the back of CT. Always in a position to try and blow open a smoke, get a spam in, get a flash out, but it's not going to be a wide swing angle. Molotovs being missed. This is not good. Bestia, the pressure is ramping up. The last flash has been used, and now comes a straightforward call for Lux to flash and swing. He doesn't quite go for it. Nas wasn't blind, so Lux has chosen wisely. The CTs, in the meanwhile, still yet to clear out A, and the bomb can be planted. Lux can do nothing about it. It's a 4-on-4 retake.
Make that 3. Lux waiting around that smoke, and Noxie with a perfect peek on the AWP. Does Noxie continue to push? A hairline angle, Kawes around the other side of it, waiting for his teammates to get close enough by in from spawn. But there will be no flashes that can actually deter Noxie here. Kawes deploying one himself, and he draws him off the angle. Now Noxie's position is completely one and done. It has to be these riflers that fight first, and Noxie is traded immediate. But they don't read the positions, and they're running low on time. NQZ a quick kill on the AWP, and Tomijin emerges from the smoke. It's a chaotic post plant there from Bestia, but they had that man advantage, and it pays off in dividends. They're back to a tie game.
That is perfect trading coming through. It's a full team ace, and you can see it from across the game. The fact that Lukov is able to find the first kill initially is just what tips the scales. And again, even the presence that Tomojin gives over that forces Kawas back just ever so slightly makes it so the flashbang from Lux can't be used by either himself or Kawas. Kawas can't really feel as comfortable blowing open the smoke and trying to get a couple of different vantage points into the site from behind it. He's much more limited in that regard as well. And now it's a 3-man setup on Banana from Pain. They are putting everything. I don't think the nade is supposed to go there. I think it might have been destined for behind the wall, but regardless, Bestia are happy that the travel isn't going to be quite where it's meant to go to.
Yeah, not so costly, not having to exchange health for position. Bestia are setting up on that A-bomb site, and you know, we made some comments about Pain having those struggles converting on this side of the map. Bestia had similar problems arise.
They are going to be heading into the AWP of Kawa. It's not something we've seen so far, and he has sported it nicely. Delivers with his initial shot, but can't get more. Big Uzera as well. Caught lacking. Snow has to do it all, and he's giving them a chance. A chance taken by NQZ to push through a smoke, pushing into certain death. Lux 1-on-2. Argument to be made for the save, but not when you're being given a freebie. He knows the other players inside the site. Planta was there. Mayan, however, has collected, and Bestia put themselves on map point.
They just couldn't fight around those smokes. Bestia are building up towards that A-bomb site. Pain in full anticipation. They're getting counter flashes over towards short as well. And even with them striking first on that Kawes AWP, Bestia able to get so much value out of these players playing around the top of this smoke out of the apartments. The double kill from Snow was nice, but it felt a little too late. You see the desperation play from NQZ to find a pick right back. And had he succeeded, you know, Lux is in a great position to maybe convert, but a very difficult scenario. Bestia breaching into 15 first. But now an aggressive setup over towards Banana, and Lux has lapped up too. It's back to basics, back to this aggressive Banana presence in from Pain Gaming. But a gap that's exposed in from Long that Kawes should be privy to, but he makes noise on his rotate. Tomasha knows.
Kawes really doesn't. Oh my god, he's got no idea, but the drop down, Thomason can't get the spray. Then QZ comes in for one, and the Molotov doesn't stop him from fighting inside the flames. He's hoping to be red hot. Kawes comes in, and that'll be Snow to seal the deal. Pain aren't out of it yet. Bestia will have to continue fighting into second overtime.
Yeah, these rounds are sometimes hanging by a thread. You know, if Tomashin gets that kill over at Long, they could have potentially converted on that A-bomb site, but just getting overwhelmed and his teammates couldn't capitalize on these positions called out. Some very convincing holds, some not so convincing holds as well, and you know, we have to focus more on these entries and the trades that both these teams have been able to offer up. We're getting quite an exciting brand of Counter-Strike from both these squads. Even if we have these late round finishes, nobody really knows how they're going to play out. It hasn't been about who has all the util in the late round. It has been reliant on multi-kills, sometimes staying alive. And honestly, willingness to fight. There have been a couple of opportunities for either squad where, you know, we can see a chance for them to swing and then they peel back and, you know, they lose advantage, they lose position. It has come down to some of these narrow margins at times.
I don't think NQZ is very happy about that. Tries to go for a peek out towards Banana, and he's been welcomed by an aid.
Well,
Kawes, however, great position to find, but actually ends up shooting into the... Okay, I can't believe he's gotten away with that one. He's looking for a little bit more. At least able to do damage, but if he'd had a gun in his hands, man, might have had a slightly harder time than that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he was given 2 chances at it, and he was still able to whisk away one. Looked like Tomashin had him dead to rights. More value out of that position than you would have expected. Still, they're heavily grouped up inside of these apartments. This effectively has to be a waterfall out if Bestia are going to compose anything here. They haven't got map control anywhere else.
No. Also very blind, and in the meanwhile, NQZ also missing his shot, so all of the exchanges seeming immaterial. Bestia just overrun this site.
That was a very basically built round from Bestia. You know, finding Cows at the start of this round after going 1 for 1, there was zero pressure applied by Bestia elsewhere. We didn't have that same banana exchange of utility. We didn't hear a Molotov to clear out all those close angles. Pain didn't have to worry about these other possibilities. And one flash out and Lukov's able to get a double. He has been great on these entries. I will not say a bad word about it, but he probably shouldn't be getting as much value out of that. These Pain Gaming players just losing track on how much progress could have been made out of short. They were drawn to the fact that that flash came out of the apartments and they saw this immediate presence. They knew it had to be multiple members. And Lukov's the one that goes undetected, just swinging out from short.
They're not helped by Big Azera being unable to find a kill again. Unfortunately, he's had a real struggle fest over in overtime. Even when he's at the right place, still need to get the shots out. Nades and more, but Snow is the real aggressive piece from Bane that's trying to turn this around. A little bit quieter, but some crucial clutches, not ecos, and that's put Bane back into it. But unfortunately, this time his foray into second mid gives them nothing. Bane will have to be on the back foot again, and that foot just keeps eking further and further back, Michael. Bomb's been denied.
Yeah.
Snow's been able to do it. And now Cows, his long rotation seems a little bit less long. The problem is, again, because they're unable to find anything.
I'm not even sure that he should have been fighting from spawn when Cows is on the flank like this. Big Uzera is so frequently the guy we look to. But in a 2-on-4 where Cows has a flanking position, now the fact that they found that kill through spawn and there was no response, no setup. It wasn't like Big Uzera was waiting for his teammate to link up for a flash or the like. They read his position and they stop him right in his tracks. Lukov has really just been impeccable on these entries. Once again, carving a path and overwhelming the rotate. You can harp on and on about Big Uzera missing chances, but NQZ has also been in these right positions to succeed, and he has been flummoxed by how quickly these riflers have collected on his head.
I mean, NQZ was about 8 kills or so ahead of Noxy at some point. Now he's 1 behind him. It's hard to lose a head-to-head lead like that. Especially when you are consistently having ops put in your hand. You are consistently having players coming to your site. He has not been lacking for opportunity, that is for sure. But Bestia have been crushing him.
Not as intent on fighting towards Banana at the start of this round. Bestia waited out and deploy a lot of utility late. They didn't account for this. They don't have the resources to really funnel them back. Bestia just immediately charging into this B bomb site. SMG that leads the way, but this time Lukov ill-equipped and too damn blind. Lux finds that first, but Big Uzera hidden away at the new box finds his first and doubles up as well, trying to buy time for rotates, but Mayern eventually tracking it down into a 2-on-2. They can punch in this plant, but a nade that sails deep that will find 0 damage could have been used to blow open that smoke. Revealed that cross from Mayern, but now they've built this crossfire designed for CT.
There are flashes available. And given the fact that NQZ does have an AWP, he's not necessarily going to be the most active participant in this clutch. So if he can try flashing these players up, maybe there's something to be said. Instead, he tries to go out and be bait, and he has been baited into the second portion of this overtime without a single round to Bane's name. The funny thing is, That round goes really well for Pain to start things off. In fact, Lukov pushing through the Molotov like that is a result of him being flashed by Big Zera's flashbang, so he couldn't even see the flames. He had a pathway in mind, and his teammates are then swayed away for so much longer because of it.
But after that first kill, I really don't understand Pain's intent on swinging through smokes. You know, part of it was to sell that Big Zera wasn't at the back of the bomb site, but you're relying a lot on him to get away with the multi-kill. 2 was I mean, it's enough, but 3 is really the ideal that was going to be hard to realize. For a 3-man investment, it felt like a lot of resources were thrown their way. This time, NQZ striking first on the AWP, and Tomijin running through the mid-smoke. Bestia wanted to be aggressive towards the end of regulation here at the start of their CT side in the overtime. They decide to go for it again, and it's gone catastrophically wrong.
And you might be thinking this is only one round. This is plenty of chances for Bestia to stop Pain from making it all the way back. But let's also not forget, Michael, it feels like this game has been a story of singular rounds. Nas will be looking for the impossible. But the impossible is now only the improbable. Quick nade through the smoke as well, but it doesn't fully clear it out. If he'd been able to stop the bomb from being planted, maybe there's a world. Flash overhead, trying to push through, but no one blind, and Kawes gets it for free.
Full team ace from Pain coming into this overtime. And into this half on that T side. They're going to have to chain 3 straight. That's what Bestia were able to accomplish on their own attack. And not every one of these rounds in this half is going to be built like this. You know, Bestia clearly trying to go in for the knockout punch. Instead, it's parried by Pain.
Once again, NQZ trying to get aggressive this time over inside the flames for oh so long. And he doesn't get away. It's a spam that gets him in the end. He's getting desperate, that's for sure.
That was a lot of trust in his teammate to deploy that smoke, because if he didn't, he just fully dives to the Molotov. Does go down in the end, but they had to track him down on the spam. 4-man setup on A. Once again, Bestia love building right into this. Timing not working out here for Kawes. Noxe catching a glimpse of him just before the swing, and Pain start at a 2-man deficit. Lux will try and hunt round these smokes, all the util that's mounting over on that B bomb site, but Bestia got what they were after. A further man advantage with that 4-man A-side stack, and now they're gravitating 2 more players in reinforcements to B.
Does feel like you're walking into a death trap. Molotov delayed for just long enough for the smoke to bloom. Tomijin using the flashes to take a quick peek up from behind as well. Knows that the T's have been delayed for, well, long enough, and another flash comes in. Lux expects it, but it will not matter. Big Zera, the only one left. Pain Gaming will have to fight into Anubis. It's not been the prettiest showing on Inferno, and Lukov, who is such a hero for Bestia, will step up again. Michael, you've been commending Lukov all tournament long for CT side performances. He's shown that he can do it on both.
Yeah, I mean, it was the 3 players we were looking towards on this Bestia side that really activated. We got great rounds from Tomijin, Mayern as well, and Lukov on these entries was just so devastating for Pain to deal with. They had some consistency on some of their fraggers as well, mainly Big Zera and Kawes, but other players seeming to shy away in a moment where we had this game that was just neck and neck. They were just brawling throughout this series and throughout that map. I really couldn't tell how any of these rounds were going to play out, just because it was so streaky and it was so reliant on finding these kills. but Bestia getting the better end of it. And it's clear that they did start to wake up away from that nuke. They were much more engaged on this Inferno. Even if that first half had that capitulation, when we got into the OTs, Bestia were certainly delivering.
And before we send it to a break, I just wanted to also show some love out to Nox. He starts off at, I remember him distinctly being 3 and 14 because I said it was on Pi Day. And from there, he's able to pick things up, not only outfrag NQC, rival Snova there as well. I think he ended out the game on 17 and 24, which considering you're starting off 3 and 14, that's a pretty good performance coming out from him. It all came down to him picking up the AWP, and now it's all going to come down to Anubis. Spain have been rattled, they have been rocked. The question is, can they stabilize, or is Bestia going to continue this dark horse run to the finals? We're going to have to wait to find out in Anubis.
Bomb has been planted.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
If you saw Nuke and thought, well, you know what, Payne's probably just going to run away with this one, and you walked away from your screen, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you missed one hell of a map on Inferno. We're going to continue on now with the RES LATAM Series number 4, as Bestia have fought back to make it a 3-mapper. Inferno comes out in their favor, and now it's time for Anubis.
Yeah, Bestia waking from their slumber within that second map. That much is for sure. We had the right players show up for this squad when they needed them the most. And for Payne, this is going to be a big question about whether or not they can get good reads versus Bestia. They struggled on Inferno where they didn't have those same issues coming away from that first map in the series. And I have a lot of questions about these newer additions to both these squads, how well Snow is going to do in his roles, as well as Naz for Bestia on CT side in particular, because I think when it really came down to some of these previous games we got to watch of Bestia on Anubis, Naz had a lot of issues with, uncertainty about how he should play his spot, where he should play, and got caught out very frequently. That cannot occur here against Payne, especially with more of the map that they can foray into, less chance of wandering into stacks. That was one of the big strengths that Bestia showed on their own map pick in Inferno. They got to build that 1-4 setup that was all too successful in defending that A bomb site. You shouldn't be able to have those types of rounds here on Anubis. The map's not quite as conducive to it. So we'll have to see how Bestia fare starting on that defensive end, and how Payne can construct a T side that is favored. One of the few maps in the pool where that is the case. Nas already pushing towards B.
It's between Nas and Cowards for that first steal, and Payne have started off stronger. Tomashin now worried about what to do. As a middle player, it's his responsibility to both make sure that they can't be flanked, but also potentially try and set up for the threat of one himself. Decides against it, and the P250 will show him that was a good decision to make. Meanwhile, the CTs will be moving in through A main, trying to get back Canal's control, but even if they want to rotate back towards the B bomb site, unless Lukov gets himself at least a multi-kill, it's going to be difficult. But you know what? That's what he's made his name for. CT side multi-kills.
They've got so much information here on Bestia. Pushing in through these canals. Noxy can be another defender emerging in from dark with those dualies, and we'll have Mayern right behind him as well. Even though his teammates do get smoked off inside of spawn, Noxy has a lot to do, but he's immediately overwhelmed. They'll go out, they'll clear for a second player inside of the canals, and they should have enough safety to plant here. They're still fighting forward, and fighting from the back of the bomb site are Bestia. Tomajin coming in with a flurry of frags, but it's still not enough. Payne with Kawes finding that double, enough to bring it over the line and take the pistol.
It is said that knowledge is power, Michael, but in the immortal words of Cersei, power is power. It doesn't matter if Bestia had the knowledge that it's going to be a B-side hit. They can't do anything about it at all.
Yeah, those were great entry kills in from Lux. Just to carve out a path, give them the safety of the plant, and even with every defender there for Bestia, it's still not enough. Going straight for a second round force buy on CT. This can be a bit of a risk to dig you into a hole early into this map. But Lukov has been electric. The one man with an M4 here on the defense. And floating between sites. They leave Naz alone on B. But Pain are slowly starting to walk into what is going to have a lot of quick reinforcements. They had 2 players in from Temple with that M4 as well. Mayern playing up close with that 5-7, overwhelming on the first. Noxy as well on the scout, lines up for the collateral, but it's assisted kills and trades back here from Pain. It's still into a 3v3, but Lukov gets caught transitioning, jumping right back into that bomb site, and Pain will meet him with open arms. Naz was the last man. He was that sole defender left on B, so he arrives late and overwhelmed by the sheer force that Pain present. That could have spelled disaster for Pain creeping into that A-bomb site, but they still pull through.
Bestia had all the letters on the Scrabble board over there, Michael. They just can't put them down. There's so many positions where they get timing, be it the first one where Lukov pulls out a flashbang a little bit too late for the flash to be effective, but also makes it so his scout can't really get himself too many chances. And then afterwards, he does end up helping out with creating the chaos necessary to actually get that collateral kill as well. But when Lukov's M4 was expected to come into the round and make a real splash of it, he's caught on the descent into the site itself. So again, Bestia in great positions, but they can't do much from them. And now it's going to be no different.
This was just USPs, a 5-man stack. They hoped that they could catch Pain off guard, but Biguzera does lap up a couple of kills on an HE and finishes off what was already a low HP member there from Bestia. Very clean anti-eco. All 5 alive for Pain. They're building money.
Now, I will not make the mistake of counting Bestia in or out of the game. Similarly with Pain, I've seen enough swings on Inferno to know that there's going to be a potential of a seesaw, but at the same time, a mounting landslide will always be in the back of your mind if you have been watching with us from Nuke. Shot missed out from Noxy. Lukov trying to pick up the pace, but instead, he's going to have to pick up his teammates from the River Styx. He's arrived there early. And the rest of the CT is likely to join him soon. Cowes puts them to bed. Knows that there's another man playing from behind the smoke. Now Naz's position confirmed. And all they can hope to do is try and back off even the refresh on the smoke. But Naz is going to still look to commit. Slow yet to reveal the fact that he's not moved away from the planting position. And it's only Mirren left. A 1-on-3. I can't believe he's still going for this one. Good damage being dealt. But remember, he doesn't have a kit. So the round is over for him.
Yeah, he wanted to keep pressing the issue. He wanted to try and continue to go for this, but like you said, there's just no kit available. There's actually one dropped directly on the bomb, and I wonder if he'd known that that was the precise location for it, that he might have continued going for the 1-on-2 there. But that's information that he would have been sorely lacking. It's just a straight-up B hit from Pain, and you know, you look at that first opportunity for Noxy on the AWP, that could have broken the pace for this entry. But there's a lot of run and gun action here from Bestia. They were trying their hardest to continue fighting for that bomb site.
They're fighting with a buy into this one. Okay. Mirren even drop one. It's not terrible. But no, they decided against it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, they're already on max loss, right? So you should be going half buy, force buy, or half buy, full buy as the cycle. But no, I mean, they're half in, half out.
One of these guys is going to have to save if they want to have a full buy into the next one. But listen, at the same time, 2 M4s can do a lot.
Yes, it certainly can. Nade in. They might have heard the nade actually converting onto Cowes, but they may not have known that he was there. But that doesn't mean they're going to be that much more prepared for the duel. Overran by Lux guaranteeing that trade. A 1-for-2 from Pain, so they're going to continue accelerating over towards that A bomb site. Biguzera left on alert, but Noxy's hit a shot on the Deeg, and even with them being separated there on the side of Pain, Neither player that remains there for Bestia able to win their duels. Pain off to a flying start here on this T side. 5 straight. They've combated 2 buys and kept 2 and 3 alive respectively on those rounds.
I was really... The second Noxie gets that first 1D, I was like, all right, Noxie, let's... never mind. Got that highlight reel playing in my head. Unfortunately, it's only in my head, not on my screen. Pain have taken a timeout likely to figure out what the money is going to be like, because, you know, you do see some of these M4s, Lukov having that one. Right? You see the Deagles.
You're just doing the mental maths to understand whether or not they'll have a buy in this round. 1 M4 saved. There was 2 M4s in total, but other people had pistols. So they'll come to that assessment quite quickly.
Yeah, they figure it out. The problem is going to be whether there's an op or not. But knowing the fact that there's Noxie on the other side, who does really struggle with other weapons, I'll be honest, they should have an idea that it's going to be a priority at least. In the meanwhile, Flash is to try and aggress, but Lux is here to meet them head on. And the op of NQZ is not going to be as quiet as it was on Inferno.
This is a save if I've ever seen it. Unless Tomajan's able to get a kill right back, but fortunately for him, Snow has darted right back through that smoke. Doesn't expose himself to the prospect of a mid flank, and Tomajan is still looking for him. But they are not interested in going for this retake. That B defense getting dismissed in the opening 20 seconds.
Tom's not going to be cleared here. He could get a double kill. It's not the most significant. He should get a double kill. Drops the lines on one of them. In the meanwhile, Lukov trying to duck away, but a nade will be trying to hunt him right back down. The CTs are putting up a good show of defending their weapons, but Pain have decided not to hunt too much. Okay, I'm lying to you guys, actually.
Well, they did end up hunting a little too much, but they've also built up quite a lot of cash here from Pain. 6 rounds straight will do that to you. So it's not like they didn't have money in reserve. They were willing to throw those weapons away so long as they got all the weapons out of the hands of Bestia, which they failed to do. 2 did save, and so Bestia snap in with another buy. Of course, being on that max loss bonus, sometimes 2 is just about enough, but you'll have to make the submission that you won't have the AWP. But there'll be no compromises with our partners over at 1xBet. Make use of the QR code on screen or click the link in the description to be directed to their mobile app to get your betting fix on the go.
Noxie. So much of this utility has been used early on for the CTs. T's have still got plenty to be able to try and go for an execute, so it's all about trying to get some real estate back. Lukov is making a move in middle. The A side has been fortified temporarily. So at the very least, even if the CTs are backing off, the terrorists will not be aware of that fact. So Pain will have to still treat this like this could be an AWP over here. This could be pretty much everything over here.
Naz is pushing B, so they have some extra information to work off of here on the side of Bestia. A Molotov as well that will be spotted out from NQZ into the canals. And so they can lean an extra player in defense of the A bomb site. That's where Pain are currently staging for the execute.
There's not a flashbang ready, but Tom's just hoping to catch them with nades in their hands. Good for the 1, makes it 2, and he even backs off. Pain caught with their pants down, but Snow's taking his shirt off too. He says, I'm coming for you, Tom. Doesn't get the frag though. Then QZ left in a 1-on-3, and he's unable to get the initial shot. So great timing for Tomajan. Gives him the full ace. Bestia find an unlikely hero.
Yeah, and right when they needed it, you know, in a potential round deficit, I mean, a potential for that round to just immediately blow up in their face. You know, the investigation from Naz, all that extra information pays off in dividends. For Pain to have found so much space towards main, They lower their guard at those last 30 seconds, not expecting Bestia to fight forward, but having that extra reinforcements behind him, Tomajan willing to take that risk and take the round into his own hands.
A blip in the radar will not affect our partner odds.
As you shouldn't expect. Not exactly a perfect smoke here on the lurk. There's a massive gap around the side of it that Noxy is certainly privy to. A little spam through the edge of the wall. Mayern tagged slightly.
He's sweating.
I mean, he's the step upon which Noxy stood. Now some retake utility in for main, so Snow's not going to get much information to play off of. Again, I like that they're using Naz to hunt for this information in the mid-round. It's making the decisions a lot more informed here for Bestia. They're in position to re-aggress through mid as well.
They don't have the utility to do it with, but Lukov doesn't need it. Now the AWP as well of Noxy will connect this time over Pain. Losing 2, and suddenly his game plan is coming apart. It's another flashbang to try and enable the pillar player to go for the peak. Mayern finds nothing, but that's where Thomasin is getting involved. His success was not singular. He might be the linchpin to the Bestia defense that helps him bring it all the way back, but meanwhile Lukov is hunting. He's not going to let this be an easy freebie save. With 8 seconds left on the clock, Payne could even be worried about this being a post-time death, and that would be truly disastrous. Flash is good. Lukov's found one. Lukov's found both. That is wonderful. If Bestia was ever going to have a moment where they could hold their heads up proud and start to bring it all back, this would be it.
Yeah, good information plays now as well, hunting down these players when the time has run out. And I think the worst part here for Pain is that it's still going to be very difficult for them to figure out whether or not these have been stack calls or not. You know, maybe in the 4 versus 4, it's more of just a gamble call from Bestia, but they've been frequently getting that information via Naz's pushes over at B. Sure, he's still killless, but he's doing a lot for the squad in terms of allowing them to make these decisions. Payne only really spotted 3, and those are the 3 that you'd maybe expect to see make those rotates over. Blowing open the smoke works both ways. They're quickly finding out here on the side of Bestia, and Snow boosted to find Lukov as well. They only came in with that singular AK, and still, even though they find those entries, they get picked apart by the rotate. Fantastic work from Tomajan, who has really come alive. Another massive multi. He gets 4 in this round.
Talk about the pillar of Bestia, man. The Argentine dream continues forward. Spain is the last Brazilian team remaining in the playoffs. Bestia are hoping to make them have a quick exit. It's not been easy to start off Anubis, but again, it comes in with opportunities found for Pain. Absolutely, there's been so many of them where it feels like Pain's setup is good, but they simply can't find the frag. It's been Tomajan to interrupt time and time again, and this all comes with Naz being on 0 and 7 and still finding impact. Mayern, meanwhile, pushes through. It's gonna be a lot of information, and Pain can't get this setup without eliminating him.
I don't know that they have confirmation, but they should certainly be suspicious, especially with that nade being thrown by Mayern. Snow within earshot to have heard that pin. Molotov out for Noxy. Sail a little too deep. Kawis has the safety of this corner. And I worry that Bestia will think this is clear.
Yeah, they're not going to know at all. The call's been made that it's clear on the right side. Kawis gets 2 for free. Noxy, thank you very much. Ends up being the hidden member of Pain that, well, he was so hidden even he didn't know it. Noxy, time to start fighting back though. At least makes up for his initial loss by just the 1, but puts him in a doable circumstance. Mid control not established by Pain. They still have to angle towards B, and Noxy is here to intercept them. No smokes available. This would have been the perfect sightline to hold, but he doesn't do it. Instead, they're sticking back to A.
Yeah, this is a hold or save and make the gamble decision to reinforce that A bomb site, and it's the wrong call. I think the most perplexing part about this round is that it looked like Noxy had a lineup that he threw that Molotov for. You know, he commits to a full jump throw from Glyph that I can only imagine it's designed, and yet it still went too far. Because if not for that Molotov, they probably go out back to back swinging for information and as well to clear that close corner, but because of that piece of utility, they just don't expect that Cow has found this safe corner to sit in.
I mean, if they find the kill, there might not even be reason for Bestia to start pushing out. That's a free kill found there, setup not revealed. Pain has got zero idea of what's happening in the sites. Could be a completely different half. Because now Pain have the opportunity to use both this and the previous round where they found a little bit too much damage. Then hammer in the nail and the Bestia's coffin. Bestia will not be helpless. They will not be consigned to their fate. They come in with a full buy. But again, Nas is feeling painfully absent. His struggles on Anubis have been very clear, but now he really needs to step up. Noxy's been forced away. Resmoke back at the main, but the assault is going to come in from Dark, and Noxy is trying to disable it. Molotov well placed. It's going to do so much good damage. The nade as well to follow up, but that means Noxy doesn't have his gun in his hand. Thomasin is down. He was being baited for Nas by, but it's not the right player. Thomasin, the hero, has been sold.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go for this. You simply can't. The fact they're still hovering around in spawn leaves their rifle susceptible to loss of life. Lukov takes that challenge. Will not be in great position to snap up into another buy. Bestia getting demolished on this hit, all because of that smoke dispersal of the Molotov. They thought they had extra time to work off of, but as soon as that smoke came out, that's that timing that was hit where a nade was out. Thomasin lost his cover. And the defense falls all too rapidly.
Dude, I hate to be a bully, but Nas is 0-9 going into the last round of the half with 9 ADR.
This has been the thing. You know, this is why I came in with those questions. You know, it's why I was looking at Snow, why I was looking at Nas coming into this game. This was the map where Nas had the most visible discomfort. And now here up against Pain, those same trends continue.
Trying newer and newer angles to just get any advantage he can. You can feel the desperation on this B side to just get an early man advantage. More to play off of. Mirren as well takes the full swing. No backup available. Bane might as well pencil in the 9th already. It feels like it's in their pocket. Thomasin, though, has been a thief of many rounds. He's got to again. And another multi-kill on this A side to give them a chance.
Lukov in on the backstab, and Big Uzera had the drop on him. Lukov able to turn in time, and QZ as well floored all the same. Cows was carving out this path to B, and his teammates were trying to link up with him, but they're severed. It's not just Thomasin that comes in to perform, brings in that multi-kill. Lukov could well serve to be another hero here for Bestia, but Kawes, he finds him, and Nas hasn't found a kill this half so far. Thrust into the 1v1 on a full HP Kawes. But Nas is the one cowering. And Kawes can evacuate. Grabs that bomb. and immediately starts making his way through those canals, but it is a foot race. Nas was slow about his retreat from A. He will get to B on time, but will Cowes have his guard raised? Will he expect that Nas is so close, so fast? An SMG that plays round that smoke, and Cowes anticipates that one angle that smoke's not exposed to. Nas's struggles in a clutch. It would have all been redeemed had he pulled through, but Cowes brings it home. Pain, find that 9th.
Okay, listen, it wouldn't have all been redeemed, all right? Some of it, though, would have been redeemed. Nas would have been relevant in at least one round towards the end, would have given them at least a chance. And again, just look at this. Tomazin and Lukov just, they almost pull off the heist of the round. Of the 3 rounds that Bestia have found, one of them's an ace from Tomazin. The other's a 4K from Tomazin. And then the final one, a multi-kill from him as he's trying to come back into a site where it was, I believe, a 3 versus 5 against Ecos. Biguzera now looking to seal the deal, but again, Tomazin and Lukov start off strong, and Lux only has to defend Temple. Looks to fight back out after getting the first kill. Cowes has come through close enough, but the problem is going to be that Lukov has a pathway of retreat, one that he opts out of.
No kit on either of these CTs, and it being planted on the wrong side of the map for them to really come back into this retake with. It is not looking too great. Still Tomazin alive, a multi-kill Fiend, but Cowes immediately disperses of him. A quick jump across on those dualies, a tap on the bomb, but without that kit, just simply cannot threaten this. Mayern swings out, and there's no time here for Cowes. This round is won here by Bestia, by that timer on the bomb. Bestia keeping themselves in this by winning that pistol, but it is still not very comfortable. They call Tomazin with child because he's fragging for 2. 19 and 9 in a very much losing effort so far. But maybe the rounds that he was able to get for the side coming out of that half could be enough. It's all about building up a row of success here in the second, now that they're on the offense. This is actually where Nas has done a lot of his better work, but against the Pain Force Buy, they almost get blindsided. The flash was lined up, and an opportunity on that one M4 in defense. It's actually NQZ's flank from the canals that finally strikes through for Pain, but Bestia get the plant.
There's an argument to be made to save if you don't find the kill immediately onto Tomazin, and with Tomazin's angle being so hard to try and clear out up against, they will just be lined up. Tomazin and Lukov once again on this A side seem to be finding success upon success. And Snow is just... Nas can't catch a break. Just cannot catch a break.
He was, what, 4 HP? And he's fighting an SMG. I mean, that's not a favorable fight at all.
Look, the problem is, it doesn't matter if a fight is favorable or not at this point for him. Just mentally, he can't stay alive to the end of the round. He's just been shot by a jumping SMG when he's already having a terrible game.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that from that point of view, but, you know, just... If there was ever going to be a chance to get a kill, that probably wasn't it.
Oh, yeah. 100%. But seeing that little wink tip on the kill feed just makes you feel all the more frustrated. But now frustrations to continue. CT is pushing all the way in from A main. Snow and Biguzera finding kills apiece. And Noxy will finish things off. Bro, I'm actually just playing a minigame while I'm casting. I'm not even joking. I'm just like, okay, now surely gets to come now. Surely now he does.
Yeah, you're just too focused on it.
But Pain need to be focused on what is possible for Bestia. If you lose this gun round here, Bestia could start to eke things back.
And it's certainly what we want. Bestia have been impressive so far this tournament. They're the one threat as well to the leaderboards to the RAS World Championship. The condition is Bestia need to win this RAS LATAM series, but they have to get past Pain first. Already starting at a deficit. It wasn't looking hot on this third map, but this first investment in from Pain has already struck gold. Lux and NQZ get their kills quite cleanly, and it starts in a 3 versus 5. Bestia need these rounds to build confidence to close that gap. But Pain may be already mounting what could serve to be a killing blow.
Because Zara felt like he'd cleared out middle, and he might be unpleasantly surprised that there's a player who has crossed over as well. His position is known to the duo of Lukov and Noxy. A Molotov to flush Lux out and keep Snow trapped in could try and make this a more doable circumstance, but with Big Azera's rotation coming out, it won't be the easiest thing in the world. Big Azera's come up with the first one, and now Lux and Snow doubling up together. Naz breaks first blood, but Bestia feel like they might be locked out of the game now.
Yeah, they'll have enough in the tank for another buy, but it will have a couple of compromises. Timeout call just to get their funds in order. Maybe get their affairs in order as well. But winning this first gun round would have meant a whole lot for Bestia. Naz did get his kill, so minigame over.
And if you look across the board, there's a couple of players on both sides who haven't quite been hitting the same peaks, and maybe there's not been a spotlight shown on them, but the struggles for Bestia have been clear, and for Pain, the distribution of players who are able to step up and have continued to step up is much more spread out. It's not just a Tomashin and Lukov show on Pain's side. It does feel like, you know, Lux, Bigu, Kawes, they're all hitting key shots, and even on Snow and NQZ, we're having a slower day at the office. They're generally getting that first pick if they're being set up for it.
Well, everyone on rifles here for Bestia. Bar Naz resigned to the MAC-10. A lot of utility thrown towards mid. 2 Molotovs out towards the actual mid position, and one that blooms inside of camera as well. They force away the defense here from Pain and then redivert over towards B. This could certainly catch Pain off guard, but they're quick. They're making that rotate in from Temple, but all these flashes, all this util out from Bestia, they're not scaling, and by the time they do, it's far too late. They are here in presence. Lux doubling up. Snow might have been floored, but Big Uzera playing inside of the smoke. He may not even be required. A Lux triple is what's pulled right out from under Bestia, and Bigu finally reveals. Pain were here in full force by the time Bestia breach into B, and now their money is broken.
Like I said, man, it feels like Pain's just got so many players who can individually step up that when you're moving out of the T side into CT, when there's... It feels like Anubis is also the kind of map which is very conducive to riflers being able to weave in and out of smokes if you're able to get a good timing. It's just seeming so difficult for them to get much done here.
But they've performed the full execute. They actually hit a good timing, and they staggered. They had to use every single piece of utility before they breached that bomb site, and by then it was far too late.
Oh my goodness.
They're doubling up inside of Cave in this round. First time they've gone for that setup, and Bestia chewed out on the force buy. This round is all on Noxy. This deep position he's got through spawn, but NQZ is going back to look for it.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
He misses it. That looked like it was on the money, but it still comes out with the double pistols. NQZ will take out what could have been the last hope of Bestia. Tomashin, 1-on-4. And all angles covered off. NQZ's op is just watching out for the cross, and he will get the shot, and now all he needs is another whiff of those dualies. Well, maybe not even that. Kawes comes out in the open, takes down Tomashin.
I'm getting flashbacks to 9Z versus Insanity. In that quarterfinals game, it was so back and forth, constantly up for grabs for either squad, and then we just started to see 9Z take over. That is exactly what's happening here. Pain have not shied away the further this series has developed, while Bestia are capitulating, falling into their own shadows. And this could be that final round before they fall right out of the tournament. Pain Gaming in prime position, up to 12 and doubling that scoreline versus Bestia. Noxy Molotov off. They only have B to direct themselves to, and Bigu will find Noxy on his retreat, only moving forward from main, and they go right into the crossfire. They are lapping up kills, Snow jumping on heads, and Pain curb stomp Bestia at the end of this best of 3.
Any illusions that we had after that Inferno for Bestia was swiftly sorted out. Pain looking incredible all across this one. And again, that comes without seeing the best of NQZ on Inferno nor on Anubis. This comes without seeing necessarily the best of Snow either. And, you know, where Snow starts off very hot on Nuke, gives us this amazing map. He, you know, effectively gives... honestly, he sort of did give Pain just one unlosable duel every single time. Great unlocking on the rotates. He struggled afterwards a bit, but it didn't matter. The depth of Pain was clearly visible in that Anubis performance.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, this was always going to be a very lopsided game just from the perspective of Pain, what they've been able to achieve, the caliber of player that they've been able to pick up as well. This was always going to be a very difficult ask of Bestia. But when we started to see the stars of Bestia show up to this game, you would only hope that that could be maintained throughout the entirety of the series, and that just simply wasn't the case. There were players that shied away, unfortunately for Bestia, as much as they put up a fight. They are still no match for Pain Gaming, who find their way straight into those playoffs. They are our first finalists out of the playoffs.
Yep, guaranteeing themselves at least $15,000, and Bestia will be consigned to the 5 and the relog points that they will get. The campaign, however, might be over in the relog series for now, but who knows what's coming up for them and for us later on. We know what's coming up for us immediately, though. It's going to be the second semi-finals of the day between Crew Esports and 9Z. That's going to be an interesting one, a bit of a domestic derby, at least as far as organizational history is concerned, I suppose, even if not all of the player nationalities. But for now, we've got to be sending it off. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. clear.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of the RES LATAM Series 4. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we've just seen Payne obliterate Bestia map number 3. However, it seems like it's a semi-finals of lots of surprise appearances coming in. I think Bestia's upset was pretty unexpected, and the next matchup for our day will also be a slightly unexpected participant. It will be Crew Esports versus 9Z to decide the final finalist of the tournament, Michael.
Yeah, Bestia's upset unexpected. Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. And Crew, I mean, they're coming in as favorites. Sure. Yeah, that's how we can frame this. Listen, the last Argentinian squad that we have remaining within this tournament, Bestia obviously losing on that other side of the bracket, and we now have this South American mixed squad on the 9Z team, but they are with a fair amount of accomplishments that back it as well. The 2 Uruguayan players that serve as the I guess historic core that were able to make it into the major and be those first representatives out of their respective countries, now joined up with the Martinez replacement AWP and a Chilean that has been on the rise, as well as an academy player being fostered up. You know, it's a nice little story for these 9Z guys being able to find good consistent form so far within this Res LATAM series. They have not had as many of the same struggles as some of the other favorites within this circuit, and they maintain their position within the tournament as well, even if they did have their own respective struggles against Insanity. That was a much closer game than was anticipated.
Oh yeah, I thought that they would be able to just completely wipe out Insanity from the server, and Insanity put up a very good showing. Could have honestly been a 2-0 in their favor, but 9Z persevere. They find themselves here, and the question is, can they find themselves going the distance? And there's those Uruguayan players that you talked about, Michael, Max and Digit, of course, giving us a ridiculous performance to start off the tournament. Did cool down a little bit more, but we're wondering what version of him we're going to see. Huaso Peak, of course, the Chilean, Martinez, the Spanish recruitment, and finally, Buddha, the only remaining Argentinian fellow to the 9Z squad that's historically been from there. But if we're talking about Argentinian sports, Michael, Argentinian sports people, maybe none as famous as the legendary Messi, as in a recent history at least. And we're going to be seeing 9Z go up against Messi's own team, Michael. It's Crew Esports. Do they get that superpower with the GOAT buff?
I mean, I don't know, really. I would like to think that is something that they can look towards, because they're going to need all the help that they can get. Going up against a 9Z squad, I'm sure this Crew team have been impressive in their own right in terms of being able to find impact on players like Ataraxia. You know, Reversive, I think, has been a very high impact player in delivering these crazy multi-kills. And Lency is someone that I didn't really have a lot of stock or understanding of his play style, but I've really come to respect his game and some of the late round choices he's been able to make for this Crew squad. He's going to need to show up. He's the guy I'm looking towards to be that man to power up or shy away versus 9Z. I feel like it'll be do or die really for the team if he doesn't have a good performance.
You're mentioning a lot of names that aren't laser on the USPs. I feel like that deserves an honorable shout. It's been a while since I've seen a player looking as good on pistols. You know, back in the day, we used to talk about pistol players all the time. Laser is ridiculous on them. Maybe a little bit less so across the rest of the weapons, but he's playing some very difficult spots and he's doing it well as far as decision making is concerned. So we've got a good foundation for this Crew side, but you're going up against giants of your region. 9Z are probably the second seed going into this one in the remaining teams. They're the expected team to be going up against Spain. They're the only team that on paper you'd think, well, they could maybe give Spain a run for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the team that's kind of forecasted to be in that finals. So Crew have a lot to really prove here. And unfortunately, even when we start thinking about the maps we're going to have to play, the veto, I don't know that there's a lot of good places to go. This crew team is very new, only really being built together since March, and whoever had that second round of vetoes in a weird way was going to be put at a disadvantage. But what map can you even try and punish 9Z on? An Anubis pick from Crew, an Ancient from 9Z, because Crew used their ban that is typically Vertigo to take Nuke away, meaning that Mirage is the decider.
I am a little bit surprised to see... I'm a little bit surprised to see Anubis at all coming through over here, but Crew will be giving us an interesting time on it. I do think Laser can be a very effective anchor, but it'll all be about getting that CT side later. 9Z's Ancient, though, is a very scary beast. They've been incredibly successful on it recently. I think they might even be on a bit of a win streak, but regardless, they've played it 10 times in the past 3 months, won it 8 times. The only times that they've lost has been to Furia and to La Rugoneta back in the initial Aria series, where they did struggle overall. But listen, everyone else they've beaten, solid teams, right? You know, you've got Insanity, they've beaten Furia, they've beaten Bestia, they've beaten Solid. Everyone I'm saying on paper is a favored team up against Crew, and then Decider Mirage is just, I have to wonder about the firepower available to the Crew side when we're going into a Decider like it.
To be honest, the fact that we've got a Crew pick into Anubis is perplexing to me from the perspective of, you know, 9Z don't have a lot of reps on Anubis, sure, but that was also the mentality that the Sharks had playing against them, and then they got 13-1'd by 9Z. You know, that doesn't exactly bode too well. I don't know if Crew have been able to look at that game and think about how they were able to be so dominant and find the correct counteractions, but they have to be coming in with a game plan, because they can't fall into this trap of, hey, these guys just don't play the map, so we should have an easier time versus them. That is not the case whatsoever.
It does feel like 9Z's and Anubis is sort of like the Bermuda Triangle, right? Where it's like, you don't really know what's going on in there. You just know you're probably going to die if you end up there, right? And it does feel like you're in that situation. But if Crew are able to fight back out, if they think they've seen something, well, first of all, it's going to be pretty damn hard when it's a 13-1, right? That means you've basically not seen them play one side of the map almost at all up against Sharks. They started off on that CT side. No, they started off on T side, sorry.
Yeah.
And you don't get to see any of those CT side setups, right? You get nothing out of it. They just won the pistol round and the post pistol round. So you are running really blind, even considering the fact that, okay, they've had a recent rep.
Yeah, and the only other demo that they could look back on is from too far away ago for it to really be relevant. You know, there's been some development here, clearly, by the 9Z squad to hash out the rest of their map pool, because they are very comfortable on a select few, but all those select few are going to be gracing our screens within this series. First map in the pool, our last semi-finals to find out who meets Pain Gaming in that finals position. It's Crew and 9Z duking it out. First map in the pool, Anubis.
Lasers pulled out the smoke kit. Crew have got a flash and 2 dual leads as well, courtesy of Reversive. A player who I have not characterized historically as being a fragger, but his step-up moments have really been nice to observe. And to be honest, outside of Lency, it feels like you can't say that for a lot of the Crew players, not necessarily the most instantly, hey, this guy's going to have 20 kills in every single map sort of players, but they can all step up to the plate, and Lency will be asked to do so initially, but the flashes are great, who are also trying to scale in. Ataraxia and Lency have put their heads together to take down the heads of 9Z, and it's a great start to things. 9Z will be unable to find anything on that T side.
Yeah, really good counter utility as well available there for Crew in the response. You know, you see Lency being greeted by a smoke and a flash and immediately taken off his angle, but players were very swiftly to come out of camera alongside those flashes that just kind of staggered the hit from 9Z. Really good counter action deployed there from Crew. And even at the start of this series, honestly, the odds are not too terrible for Crew, given that 9Z are lofty favorites.
Yeah. Some respect being thrown out towards Crew, and understandably so. Our partners know what's up. Laser, though, he knows his only job is to make sure that Riggy's got only one angle to worry about. It's a straightforward setup between the two of them. And it's a cleanup. 4 kills for Laser, picks up the money.
All right, let's see if 9Z can show us what they're made of on this Anubis, of course. Starting again on that T side where they to be honest, 9Z have just been a very slow team to watch within this tournament, whether that's been reliance on their lurks to pan out, or whether it has been just waiting for their opponents to be uncomfortable. They are fine with engaging with that clock down to the very last seconds. So for Crew, actually holding onto utility for a late round situation could serve to their benefit. Martinez is holding to see if there's a flash lined up, which is kind of wild. Don't know why he has to aim at it. He can't shoot the flash before it pops. A forward presence play here from Crew. Ataraxia with that SMG up close, a smoke that will disperse that Molotov, and getting aggressive over towards B while there's action from 9Z at A does net this T side with an opening kill.
Is that slowness going on?
A patient team.
Yeah. And they use it very well as well, generally. Martinez, in the meanwhile, with the bomb, is in a slightly difficult spot. But with Reverso being caught out, the information also is worth nothing that the bomb is there. He can easily turn tail and go back over to the A site. Laser is trying to accelerate into B. And as Max turns around from a flash that doesn't really blind him at all, as a result, he can pick up the kill, make it look easy. So although they end up at the site with all of the CTs concentrated, honestly, all this does is make it so the CTs can't save. Lency, 1-on-4 now. Nade to open up the smoke and gives up his position as well. There's a lot to do, but very little to do it with.
Pretty simple round altogether here from 9Z, just waiting for these counter actions, not getting caught by it, and whittling down those numbers. You know, you're kind of on the money in the fact that Crew, with the fact they're able to make that rotate towards that B-bomb site, there was effectively no way to trade. And no way to escape either. Had to play behind smokes, and by the time they inserted themselves that direction, yeah, escape would have been difficult. Had to try and fight their way out of it. Ataraxia, Orp buy. This did work for them in their quarterfinals. But not here. Ataraxia immediately dismissed. They didn't even know he had an Orp.
I am a little bit concerned about the fact that they're all going back towards the B side, because in my head, the obvious concern is, hey, if 9Z just hits B again and they win the duels, and you don't save that up either.
You maybe even gift it to them.
Yeah. And Martinez can have a slow day at the office sometimes. He's not really necessarily the man always there, but now in between two Molotovs and smokes is ready to interrupt me, and maybe this ascent as well. No, not quite. Lens is the only one to tank through and is yet to run away. Might want to consider it, but with Laser picking up an AK and the bomb, it suddenly becomes a lot more interesting. Nade to open up the smoke, and Martinez responds. Lensy's position, maybe not known, but suspected for sure. He is trying to get ahead of the smoke, try to get a better sight line in and see if he can try and play back from Pizza. Knows that all three players are going to be here as they're trying to recover in. The scope's been heard there. Echo locating and Digit to take him down. The worst case scenario comes to pass.
Yeah, that is such a shame there for Laser, because he gets his kill, he gets an AK in his hands, and that smoke that was protecting him from those players emerging out from dark suddenly just disrupted, completely dispersed, and he can't fight three at the same time. That was a really good decision there from 9Z to deploy that piece of utility just to make sure that they had that isolated fight. There was no escape there for Laser. And had 9Z not made that play, things could have certainly turned around there for Crew. But this Argentinian squad is coming to quickly realize what 9Z stands for. I think we have a technical timeout. I think, yeah. I was going to say a player looked to have lagged out. Unfortunately, nobody had taken any damage, so this is an easy call to make. The crew are going to quickly find out what 9Z stands for. The 9Zs is them lulling you to sleep.
That's a good one, actually. Especially when we consider how many rounds we saw yesterday where it was the last 10 seconds. And in all fairness, everyone does wake up, but it's sometimes waking up in a panic. Oh my God, what's going on? I was just having a nightmare, and then you lose the round.
Yeah, it's a rude
9Z have
awakening.
often been their own worst enemies. When it works, it looks great.
Yeah, when it doesn't, the round is over. You know, bomb dropped one time, and okay, there go our chances. It's like James calling from back in 2020, but with more lurking.
I think if you mix in like 2017 G2 in there as well, because it never felt like James really ran out of time unless he was absolutely forced to. G2 just sometimes forgot that there's a clock in the round.
Yeah. Or what, 2016 Na'Vi?
Yes, 2016, 2015, 2014, whatever year you want to say, honestly.
Yeah,
That's being
Zeus
unfair.
style.
Yeah, Zeus was one of the greatest IGLs we've ever seen. And I do wish that he'd get more of his flowers for, pushing forward the CIS region back when they weren't as legitimized across everyone, right? Other than Na'Vi, you always had a CIS team that's a straggler around that top 20 mark, but it never felt like, oh my God, you could actually have like 3 top 10 teams all being CIS, which is what do you think today?
Mm-hmm.
It was years where Na'Vi were carrying the torch. And in those very years, it felt like the South American scene was going to be a one-team region. You don't have to think back so far to when Luminosity, Fallen, Coldzera, these guys were having all of their stories about, having to share like 3 people to a bedroom when they first moved to America, barely getting any money.
Couldn't afford to go to Poland for an event that, for the Katowice play-ins.
Shout out to Flusha. He ended his own era with a donation to Brazil. Who would have thought?
Wonder if you gave him a time machine whether he'd do it any differently.
It's like, you know what? Why don't you guys come a year later when Olaf's hand stops working?
Wait a second, is this the downfall of me, actually?
God damn. And from there, we've gotten to this point where tournaments like the RES LATAM circuit are going in, lots of money on display, lots of talent on display, and lots to fight for both 9Z and crew.
Might be 2-2, but 9Z, since they've been on rifles, have been able to strike with success, but this flash play this time catching 9Z completely off guard. Max overwhelmed rather quickly, and crew can reset, be comfortable in the fact that they have this opening advantage, play their sights. And there's not a whole lot of room here for 9Z to work off of either. They pulled away all resources. There's no one lingering through mid. No one holding outside of B, and so options will be limited.
There's a flashbang for Ataraxia, and Lenzi is going to be completely reliant on it, but Martinez is hard scoping forward. He's missed his chance. A smoke now out, and Lenzi will be trying to back off using it, but look at what they're doing. They're just keeping the corner of the smoke open, so Martinez had a chance to find the frag. A flash comes in, though. And although they enable Lenzi to retreat, there's still enough utility for 9Z to execute, so Lenzi's trying to aggress once again. This is that mid-round decision-making Michael was talking about. And he comes up with a big kill, can't make it to Buddha, however, can. Recovers the bomb as he does so as well.
Oh god, a full flash and a Molotov landing right on reversive, so he was cooking before he even found that fight. Huaso taking down Laser, trying to press the issue and get them off that plant, and Riggy will be the one that overwhelms. Martinez could not cover, could not support, and cannot find a frag right back. Time was against him too, so he needed to collect on duels. Crew playing together and playing off each other great to continue trading and take a round right back.
Again, the amount of space that Lenzi is able to find by getting that one kill, sure, he gets traded later on. And hell, even reversive at the back of the bomb site, Michael, he's flashed, he's burning, but again, it's about buying time. They can hear those audibles, they're waiting for him to take a peek, they're waiting for him to make a move, and that allows the rotations to come in. It sounds counterintuitive, but this is the kind of issues that you can face when you've got almost no time left.
Yeah, if we're thinking about time to kill, burning to a Molotov ain't so bad.
Yeah. I forgot.
Swing out full flashed. You're not surviving long.
Yeah.
Well, Hero AK here for Max. In-game leader's made his own call and does catch the tail end of Riggy, but had that Molotov deployed in anticipation of a potential peek. Didn't quite land where he wanted it to, but still keeps Max deterred.
When 9Z hit a brick wall yesterday, Max was able to scrape away some of those defenses of insanity. Well, actually, it was offenses, but yeah. A Hero M4 gave them a few rounds back, gave them a little bit more hope. And as they target the area of the map that is really not reinforced, Reversive will have no company whatsoever. There's a smoke down, and Max really wants to come through it. If you can get a good flashbang out, if you can keep Reversive blind, you won't even need it. Max moves through on the call that his teammates gave, and even he's surprised about the fact that this B site is vacant.
Yeah, I mean, Crew pulled that rotation without any real information to work off of this. But one player inside of main, they knew that Max was inside of the canals as well, and they just group up to try and push through that A bomb site and hunt for that information, but it comes at the worst possible timing. Reversive is just left all alone with far too much responsibility and just opened to a timing. I mean, Max waited out that entirety of the smoke and started to walk through it just as it was fading. And Reversive wasn't anticipating that. I think it's fair to say Crew overcooking. Because this was 1 AK, 4 pistols. And all they need is 1 kill.
Listen, if 9Z can overcook, then Crew can do it too.
It's not a contest.
Well, it could be a contest over on 1xBet, but you could also go ahead and get a free bet with their esports era promotion that's going on, the event that they've got going on right now, which is that if you try and place a correct score bet and you lose that, then you might be eligible for a free bet as well. So yeah, go check that one out over at our partners, link in the description, and chat on the sides. 9Z now right back to defaulting. Not very surprised, but the fact that Martinez is getting quite aggressive with this AWP might be something to keep us occupied. Flash doesn't catch anyone, and Martinez given a chance, but he doesn't actually find the kill.
Yeah, missing out on the flick there. Yeah, 9Z are canceling. I thought that might be the case as well, knowing that there was this open opportunity. Don't want to just keep funneling forward just because there was that chance. Their initial setup over towards B was predicated on a pick, and now they start to send it the other way. Max has a lot of space over towards A main. And they'll have the utility to boot as well. Molotov deployed quite early in from Crew. Martinez still holding for it. Nade, making it hard to see, but still able to make that adjustment. Martinez might have missed his first, but he's not missing twice.
Lenty's about as blind as can be, but it won't matter. He's always good for one. Ataraxia given time and space to move in close range, and with the bomb behind Digit, Buddha will not look to trade.
"30 seconds.
I like the defenses Crew are putting up. It's constantly stretching 9Z thin to the very last few seconds. Wasso needs to find his steal.
That he does. Ataraxia still able to trade back on that AWP, but missing on that encroaching player in from camera, and Martinez able to get the better of him. 10 seconds by the time 9Z punch in those digits. Laser coming in late from camera, but he's loud about it. They know exactly where he's coming from. He has to be worried about both angles simultaneously, and he'll be drawn the wrong direction. Martinez in with 3 on that AWP. 9Z keep the good times rolling.
I've got only one question to ask. Does 9Z have some sort of evasion aura whenever they're playing Anubis? Because last time we saw them on this map as well, it just felt like the AWP of the enemy team couldn't hit a shot even when it was on him. This time, a little bit more explainable. Ataraxia does just miss it, but it's a trend.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how to paint any other picture other than they just play this slow style so much that, you know, I think it's fair to say that some of these teams that are a little newer, maybe you're losing a little bit of focus, but that's when 9Z lock in. They dismiss the anti-eco rather swiftly. It does feel a little bit all in at times from 9Z, the way that they are so intent on playing these slow rounds, but they are such a good team at denying information. Very few times have I seen any team really test them on their default. You know, Insanity earlier on the quarterfinals on Nuke did exactly that, but you know, that's a style that's hard to replicate.
Crew's neglect of middle is something yet to be exploited, but Max has found Ricky on the B bomb site now. Ataraxia again given a chance for a flick. It's a harder shot to hit, and he cannot connect with it this time. Meanwhile, Lency. Oh, wow. They're accounting for everything.
I think Hwaso's flash was more designed for someone peeking out from Temple around the edge of that smoke, more so than actually catching Lency. But it served both purposes. But Lency's made steps.
Everything. Laser tries to make his way back over to the bomb site, but with his vision being blocked off by a smoke, unless Reversive comes up with a multi through the smoke, it does feel like a guaranteed safe call. Oh, even a Molotov on the other side, but that actually doesn't quite blow where you'd think it does. Still, Buddha reads into that perfectly again. 9Z are just so ready for these plays to be made around the smokes.
Yeah, and Hwaso cutting off the retreat as well, because they were going to try and save after Buddha had found that frag, but now Laser is completely locked in, and Hwaso won't fumble on that frag. Ataraxia, last man standing and trying to retreat with this AWP, but you can see 9Z have fanned out in search of this big green. Buddha is staying close enough to the bomb because everybody else is off hunting. He wants to make sure that there is no chance they randomly get injured. Oh, this was pretty well navigated by Ataraxia, I have to say. He's played a great game of hide and seek. Just the awareness there from Buddha is great. Staggered his peak, looked at those smokes, and projected the gap, only to find a head on the other end of it. Have to say, though, the prospect of Max versus Big Uzera.
Yeah, boy.
Big fragging in-game leaders for both respective teams. That is quite exciting to me.
All right, but I counter. Dust to reverse versus Big Uzera.
Okay.
But my counters, your proposals, none of them matter. What matters is the counter strike and the proposal of attack from both of these teams.
Already a pretty successful T-side here from 9Z. 6 is the median for T-sides, but 9Z will certainly expect more. They'll know an AWP is likely to have been saved over, knowing the nameplate that carried that over in the last round. Blowing open to the smoke. Max has been a bit of a fiend inside of Dark, but that's where that AWP strikes in. Finally, Max put to rest. No secondary prong to the assault over at B, and they call it quits immediately. 9Z recognizing that that AWP could be a problem.
It's not like they were silent about this retreat, though. So immediately you can see Crew as well navigating back over towards the A side, just slightly so. Ricky's got an AK as well, so if you wanted to let him maybe go for an aggressive push or even just relegate him to keeping a hold on the site on his own because of the AK, Buddha finding the kill is big though. Buddha's generally been trying to play back over towards the A side as well, so there's not really any read that you can try and make off of the player who's found the frag. And with the time down low, 9Z might have overthought this. They're still going back over towards his B site.
No, I like this
Riggy
a lot.
lies in wait. This could be big. Riggy, if he finds the first frag, it could go the other way, but Huaso gets the better of him. Reversive now with the 5-7 will be their only hope of trying to recover this. The AWP can't really get too much done unless Buddha overpeaks it, and Buddha's disciplined. He's not going to do anything like it. In the meanwhile, Ataraxia still collects on the 1. Could have been 2, but Digit compensates.
There's no time. There's no time to plant. They have done just enough. That 1 kill on the 5-7 from Pillar drops the bomb in a compromising position where 9Z have to expose themselves to spawn, where Ataraxia was there with the AWP. They buy just enough time by finding those kills, by dropping that package. That Crew, even on just 1 saved AWP, have stolen this round right away. Hats off to Reversive and Ataraxia. They don't deliver those shots. That round goes up in smoke. I actually like the call from 9Z to redivert back over towards that B-bomb site, but they had to show some urgency. But once again, clock sometimes not their friend, more so their enemy. Huaso, Digit, they just go out dry over towards that B-bomb site. 9Z's slow style in all these previous gun rounds, catching Crew off guard by the added pace in this one.
It seems unlikely that 9Z are going to go on the hunt, so I'd love for you to build on why you thought it's a good idea to hit the B side in the previous round.
They saw the ult there previously. They were loud about the retreat.
Right.
Riggy gets his kill on the lurk. The likeliness of Crew having maintained their stack on that B bomb site is incredibly low. They recovered a rifle, and one of the few times that they sort of stopped, froze on 9Z and waited for the last 20 seconds to hit that B bomb site, the Crew members had gone for like a forward A play, and there was only 1 defender. You know, so from 9Z's perspective, late round, they're stacking or going for an information play. I think it was actually like the last 45 seconds probably when Crew were going for that play.
Does make it feel like if Buddha hadn't found the kill, they might have actually had better chances, but still, many things that could have been different. 9Z will still guarantee at least an advantage in this T side. Crew have 1 more to fight for before they're able to switch to things being at their own rate. Run boost forward. Martinez wants to go for the early frag with the AWP. He's not going to be smoked off either. And it's a beautiful shot. Riggy left without a head. And I mean, I don't know if Martinez is done yet. Buddha's trying to buy more space. Ataraxia through the smoke will take him down, but the nades respond and Laser is out. Ataraxia joins him and Reversive isn't too slow to follow.
Unrelenting brutality here from 9Z. They set the precedent by playing slow, but these have been faster rounds towards the end of the half. Lency doesn't have a whole lot to do. 3 players fighting him, all ready to and rearing to go. An 8th round found here from 9Z towards the end of this half. Crew could barely get a look in. They were having to recover rounds and rely on multi-frags in defensive bomb sites, but anytime they tried to outthink or outposition 9Z, they're getting caught off.
This is what you want to see from 9Z. This is what you want a little bit more of. Those changes of pace, those second opportunities that they do give themselves to switch the game on its head, but it needs them to still be confident in themselves, and that's never failed from this side. Odds reflecting that as well.
I think what makes 9Z so cool to watch is that they go for those aggressive peaks at the start of rounds, but if they don't find the pick they're looking for, that's when they play slow. You know, they're looking for an accelerant to the fire that they're trying to set the houses on.
Wasso, in the meanwhile, has been burning with a fire inside. Darkness lighting them all up. Martinez has got company. That company's been knocked on the side by himself, I do believe. But Lenzi and Ataraxia would have gotten those kills anyway. 3-on-3, and the reroute back to B is still going to be met by a double dual ace Buddha, who's been tagged down early. Lenzi there to close.
They were anticipating that swing. They knew that if there was going to be a player inside of Dark, they had to be ready and rearing to go. And so as soon as they catch even a glimpse, they come out pre-firing. Max and Martinez, last men here for 9Z on the defense. Neither of them with a kit, but the flank from Max, should it activate soon enough, could be a problem for Crew's post plant.
Max is in. Lenzi isn't watching out for him. Lenzi should be a freebie. Max does collect, and now it all comes down to this duel versus reverse save. Ataraxia had already found the frag back to CT. Martinez is demised, but Max all alone, and 3 kills was too much to ask for.
Yeah, both those players surviving on such low health. So if Max was able to get a little bit more value out of that flank, this round could have still fallen the way of 9Z, but this was a great redivert in from Crew. They see 3 players pushing in towards A main, and they decide that they don't want to pursue much further. If they did, they would have likely fallen into just a little bit more than they would have bargained for. You know, those rotates from 9Z were coming. That kill onto Buddha was absolutely everything. A path to recovery now laid out here for Crew. Might have come into this half trailing 8-4, but a pistol and the conversion, you know, winning first gun, and you are knocking at 9Z's door. Full A-sided stack, or rather B-sided stack. Sorry, from 9Z.
Right, it's an A-sided stack from Crew. Just getting the names wrong.
Yeah, not how we describe full executes.
Full executes down. Yeah. Not yet. Wait till I'm done with them. It's good news for Crew that they're able to find the conversion as well. Even if 9Z looked like they're, frankly, very comfortable and probably the better team overall as far as individuals are concerned, Crew is doing an excellent job of keeping up with them. Constantly, there's, you know, 1 or 2 moments, there's a good read comes through, there's a good micro play being made. Maybe someone's come through, save the day, like we saw in the round where the bomb was dropped. They're keeping themselves relevant in a way where a couple of rounds in a row and the script is flipped.
Yeah, I think it's also important context to understand. Crew have won both pistols and won both conversions with, and the conversion rounds, importantly, 0 casualties.
Yeah.
But their problems in that first half started to stem when 9Z got themselves onto guns, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. Max already very aggressive first gun round to do this.
They're expecting it, though. Max comes through, tries to get the jump on them, but instead he's just been knocked down by the back 10 long range. Forced to back off into the B-bomb side, tucked with his steel tucked between his legs.
A little confusing what Digit was up to. Keeping on his peripheral vision on holding that smoke. Bit of aggression over towards B as well, mounted by 9Z. So while the play through the canals might have failed, they still do get some information their way. Crew being very loud about their approach over towards A, however. A smoke and a Molotov down to clear out main. But still no decision made yet from Crew. Bomb making its way through spawn over towards B, so likely to see these A players that were trying to throw some presence towards this primary bomb site start to taper away. The flash is great, but they're going to counter flash. They're going to try and close that gap, and that's a free kill there for Lenzi. Max was already tagged up earlier on.
Buddha spots out 2. Don't know if he reaches it the second, but also at least will know for sure. And before the smoke bloomed, they tried to move in and get themselves an advantage, but 9Z will be ever vigilant.
Yeah, they have to keep going here, though. Crew can't back off because they only have 15 seconds by the time they start birthing into B.
It's always the chronology of a round that comes through against them, be it for 9Z or Crew. These T-sides are suffering, and Riggy alone will only ask for death. Bombs been recovered. Will be able to plant it down right at the nick of time. It'll be close, and he's decided he doesn't have it. Riggy moves back. Another kill found, and he's only trying to save.
Oh, and he'll just barely be able to do it. Yeah, Riggy didn't have time to plant. By the time he actually picked up the bomb, it was around that 4.5 second mark, and, you know, pulling out the bomb to then plant it takes that extra bit of time. If you already have that bomb out, that's where you require those 4 seconds, and Riggy didn't have that time to spare. And you can tell Crew, as soon as they lose these first 2 kills to these B defenders, they wanted to back away, and then they realized they didn't have that option. Made the wrong call, but they certainly made that expensive for 9Z's first gun round. And CT side economy, it can be such a fickle mistress. Even if you do find success, keeping numbers alive is as important.
Max knows what's coming his way. Plenty of noise being made. He's worried about a flash peek as well, but if the flash comes now, there's a chance for Max to just move past it. And oh, he turns around, but it's a slower flash. Nade in his hand. What's going on? Lenzy's not ready at all. He's not expecting the close players, but Martinez will be the trade elsewhere on the map. And with a nade to the smoke, Riggy is also able to crack the A side further open. There's still one last defender here. Digit, not been standing as tall since yesterday's series, but he's still could provide a bit of a task. Ends up being nothing. Ataraxia ticks him off the checklist. And Crew should be guaranteeing the 7th with that one. And Buddha's death just confirms it.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff from Ataraxia. Great patience as well from Camera. His teammates behind him in mid were instead moving to reinforce through A main so that they could get safe passage with that bomb. And because Ataraxia just took so long to swing, Digit basically had to choose between whether to fight that one duel or try and play position to win the bomb site. And Ataraxia just being able to overcome him so quickly and not get taken down by Digit secures this round here for Crew. That and Riggy's blowing in the smoke inside of main. You know, those are pivotal pieces that Crew needed to construct this round. And it should be very aware that 9Z's money ain't great.
Yeah.
One survivor in the last round, now one survivor here. Especially when 9Z struck in with success in that previous. I can't imagine a world in which they come together with another rifle, but maybe someone can drop if they want to do that.
Of course, if you don't want to be dropping a bet, then you can go towards our partners at 1xBet with the esports era promotion, and you might be eligible for a free bet depending on your correct score bet as well. Go check that out. All the details will be on their website at 1xBet. If you don't know where that is, check the link in the description or chat, or just go over to the iOS store or Play Store to find their application, so you're always ready on the go.
I do wonder what the call is going to be here from 9Z. I mean, they're on 2,400 loss bonus for the following round, and they are floating 2k, so yeah, they're actually just going to leave Poisson on that rifle to try for something. Get double smokes down so he can be aggressive, and yeah, he's certainly taking matters into his own hands. They were ready for this last time, though.
They've anticipated fully before, but they've slowed down right now, and Ataraxia's got the bomb in his hands. Oh no, he's taken out early on, and that could make things panicky for Crew, especially if Huaso had found a second. But Lenzy's oversight provides the defense necessary. In the meanwhile, Max is not letting his feet fall asleep. They will continue to tippy-toe over to middle. There's an AWP and an M4 to potentially be recovered. Will Crew do due diligence to chuck them away? It looks like that's what they're trying.
Thing is, Crew should know they're on a timer. They have to go in the next 20 seconds, otherwise they have to really worry about getting flanked.
There's no deagles over here, it's only USBs, and if there's ever a chance for you to have upgraded weapons and do something off it, this would be it. But even without those, Martinez has found the first frag. Max will not even be looking for the rifle. He's just going for the straight flank in. And again, as much as they have it in the back of their minds, they know they don't have eyes in the back of their heads. So it's all about the delay. Max trying to come in. Max will have a freebie onto Laser guaranteed, and he will be able to maybe pick up a second as well. Not needed. Buddha makes quick work off it, and as Max's AWP will be trained in onto the site, Riggy reveals position, knows that he's hit Max with the smoke as well, and he's watching out for it, picks up the first. It's perfect angle isolation, but he's running out of bullets, and it's the second, actually the last one, to shut down Buddha.
Yeah, that's real uncomfortable. They were against USPs and one saved rifle, and they were able to dismiss that rifle so rapidly. To think that Crew were so ready for the push. They'd read into it perfectly the last time the 9Z decided to deploy it, and still Ataraxia gets completely overwhelmed. For them to have to start worrying about these pistols, running them down, as well as the flank, things get very awkward. That's an incredibly important clutch there from Riggy. Did come down to the second last bullet, but that's neither here nor there. He knew he had to be very ammo conscious. It's a very close rounds. The second half has not been stable for either team as of yet. Not quite the same domination, but still finding similar success. Our Crew on T side. Aggressive peek in from the canals, but I'm also not sure if they even saw anything. Just firing shots down range and hoping that there are crew members on the other side of it. So it's not a whole lot of damage done for the utility commitment. And now they're setting up 3A to pressure main, but Crew are staging outside of B as well. 9Z's timing on this may not actually bear any fruit.
Huaso needs to come through with a multi. Hell, I mean, it might not just be Huaso alone. Might need a double-double. Time's ticking down low. Buddha and Huaso finding more and more pressure ramped onto them. Max relieves some of it, and Digit is there as well. Now Huaso can fully focus in on the creep out from main, gets the double there and then. And with that, Crew have fallen into the trap of 9Z. The noose tightens around their neck, and Ataraxia will only run away.
I think what hurts the most about this for Crew is they would have made the exact same play in 9Z's shoes. This is the exact play that they made previously, where they'd lost a player, I think, on the B bomb site. Actually, no, I think it was in a 5v5. They decided that they were going to leave Reversive alone on that B bomb site and go for 4 pushing towards A. 9Z this time do it with 3. They have that double man setup ready to greet these players coming out from main. And like you said, those players flank from A to the canals and make it so Huaso can actually peek off his teammates' contact into main. That's straight out of Crew's strat book. It's the same push, same timing, but slightly different resource allocation.
Hey, if they can do it, so can we, but better. Crew are unsure of how much to commit into this. It's a 1,400 loss bonus. I have no idea why they're actually just bought a Zeus. That seems like it's actually significant as well with how little money they're going to have in the next round. But it's a fast play in the middle with the Tech-9s. They want the bomb plant. They want to make this happen, but they'll have to go through fire to do it. Riggy will not hesitate, but maybe he should have. Max is picking up frags like it's nobody's business, but they're still making it competitive. AK recovered, but the bomb lost in attempt of trying to find another. Ataraxia has been last alive in the previous round as well, and now he's actually got a chance to make a show of things, but trying to push through the smoke with Digit's oversight is impossible.
Sometimes we've seen Ataraxia deliver the goods on this hero AWP, and by God, they almost made this work. You know, that double kill from Laser, and Ataraxia also there to sever the rotate. In the 1v2, it was certainly doable, but yeah, taking a risk through the smoke wasn't it when, like you said, Digit was holding around the back of it. That seemed a little desperate. But now Ataraxia back in with that ult. This time we'll be missing out on armor. But while one has an AWP, another has a MAC-10. Completely differing philosophies. One will be slow, the other fast. And Martinez is fast as hell on his AWP.
Martinez is slow and fast. He does it all. And right now he is doing it all in terms of maintaining presence in middle. There's really nothing for the T side to do in order to try and scale up. They don't have a smoke to cut him off. And although they've heard his rotation away, it could have been anything. Could have been back to A, could have been back to B. They don't really know what the call is. Huaso has always been a consistent reinforcement, but Buddha in the meanwhile dodges flashes, finding frags and laser to trade. But Digit was the key man. He had to find the kill there. With that, the bomb site's taken over. They won't have smokes for post plants, of course, but they'll have the positioning for it.
And Max has got a lot of utility to get himself out from camera. Can move into support, try and help Huaso as well on some of these swings. They could line up a flash, and they do. They get that extra space, but they're using all their util to clear out the bomb site and not worry so much about the post plant. Huaso getting dropped as well, but Martinez flanking so late on that AWP, late enough that crew don't even consider it anymore. 9Z break in on the retake and find themselves to 12.
It's the faith in Martinez that they have that allows them to expend all the util to try and clear out the side over there. Ataraxia turns away right at the nick of time. He might have just had the frag. If Martinez goes down, that's sanctity for the pillar play. He doesn't need to try and peek forward either. And yeah, look at this one kill. That's what turns around, puts Laser in a position where he has to take a fight, and crew in a position to try and close the gap a little bit. But it's now a chasm. 9Z with the full buy at map point up against a straggled together Force Spy and crew.
And with the MAC-10s, two of them in fact, it feels like you have to go with some kind of fast-paced play. You have to line them up so that they can create that space for your riflers to perform. And crew are setting themselves up outside of that A bomb site. They're gonna try and go for a burst execute.
It might even be a full contact. No, not quite. Molotov in to try and interrupt, and he has done a great job of just keeping them uncomfortable. Martinez will have individual duels if he wants to try and find them, but the smoke will bloom before he's given a chance, popping it open to try watch for a cross, but it's already been made. There are 3 on the site, and crew are not done with this game, not yet. Flashes from Max will allow a little bit more space to set up, but to try and funnel 3 players out of heaven, it'll need a monstrous effort, and Ataraxia's demise might be exactly what it takes. 9Z accelerating, but Martinez unexpecting of Riggy, who's found the double. Laser alone, but he's been set up for success. The problem is Buddha. And 9Z will find 13 crew, a commendable effort, but they simply can't get together their own map pick.
Yeah, I mean, a very communal effort from the 9Z squad. Throughout that entire map, you had different players stepping up at several different moments, especially with the way that crew are playing on that T side. A lot of drawn out rounds, players working off different pieces of information and working together as pairs as well to take control of territory. That was something that 9Z weren't really doing that much themselves on their T side. We had differing philosophies in that sort of, I guess, advantaged or favored half, but for the crew members, there just wasn't enough consistency in their calling. It felt as though Max had better reads on how they were going to adapt and was exploiting the weaknesses while crew were off busy making plays.
Crew had a lot of rounds where it felt like they might be able to close things out on the T side, especially more than anything else. It really did feel like they put in such a good effort to try and close out the gap. They're definitely a team that is bringing it all into relevancy, and they're not out of it yet. They're still ancient at the very least to try and get past. Now, they're not going to have the comfort of it being their own map big, having game plans on it perhaps, maybe expecting 9Z to, not necessarily opt into it, but with the nuke being banned out, this should be a game plan for as well. We should be seeing hopefully some good strategies, and we should hopefully be seeing a good attempt to make this a third map. We want that, but will we get it? Let's find out after a break.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love.
One click. 1xBet. 1xBet respect. From 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 1xBet respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
Welcome back to the Arias LATAM Series number 4. Crew Esports putting up a solid show on Anubis, but solid isn't good enough. That's why they're not in the playoffs. 9Z moved past the first map.
Yeah, and into an Ancient that had a little bit of issues, I think, when we got to catch them against Insanity, but then suddenly they just got all guns engaged. You know, for the 9Z squad, this is a comfortable enough map for them. They have multiple different styles of play, like we kind of saw towards the end of their T-side on Anubis. They actually have the variety to offer up in terms of these faster plays, these quick executes, these bursts, and these flashes that you get from the star players that they have on this roster. Crew are going to have a lot to answer for here because they picked into that Anubis, maybe expecting 9Z to be weak, but weak they were not.
I'll give a little bit of credit out towards Crew, though. The tenacity they have shown over here, the ability to win with maybe a little bit less than you really want. Some great decision-making, so the mid-round, late round. And yes, that comes with its caveats. Yes, that comes with the idea that, hey, you've also seen mistakes to the clock, very similar to what we have had from 9Z, but they're going to stick it out. Insanity, on the other side, when they didn't have their super hot players, when they didn't have SHZ tearing up the server, it didn't feel like Plan B was necessarily there. So once 9Z started to get ahead, the mental fortitude might not always have been there. But also, at the same time, could have just been that 9Z is unstoppable on Ancient. But we're going to have to make the decision now after the map.
Yeah, we dive into our second map, and this is a must-win. Should we start to drop away, shy away from all these 3-map series we were having throughout the playoffs? Hope that Crew can deliver here. Like you said, a lot of good overarching plans. And they had a few of those moments of impact from players like Reversive, Ataraxia, Lency. You know, these people that we were looking towards in that map and ahead of this series. But they're going to have to do so starting on the CT side here on Ancient. And 9Z already slow crawling their way in towards this A-bomb side. Lency's timing could be fine, but a smoke that goes in towards CT, he gave up his angle, and so he will not be able to find impact immediately. 9Z have the sight, and without really any bullets exchanged.
Ordinarily, the single flash could be enough to stop an A main push, but because there was no real mid presence to stop this donut take from happening, Digit can still get the safe plant. So the CTs are prioritizing this retake, and listen, they've got the smoke kit for it, sure, but actually fighting into Donut when there's 2 Glocks on the other side is really difficult. Huaso and Martinez tagged up early on, and Martinez is being isolated. Ataraxia is hoping that he can overcome, but instead it's him and Reversive both to fall. Riggy's late flank will be found out, but at least it gets one. The question is, can he get more? Yes, he can. Laser as well, keeping them at bay. USP expertise coming into play. Laser's picked up the smoke and the kit. He needs to get onto the site. Flashbang's dodge, Riggy taken down, and now Max will be pulling out the knife, seeing if he can get it in time. He can't. Laser gets the save.
Oh my goodness, they didn't know. They weren't quite sure where Laser was going to be positioned. They're going in with knives out, swiping at the wrong spot, and Laser just stealing that round away. Only able to get that 1 kill. It was a collateral, it did some damage, but I was not expecting 9Z to flub those lines.
I mean, so much credit out towards Riggy, though, for just being able to take charge and control of the round after they've lost the initial 2 players as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a trooper.
Look at those odds. The flat 10. Reversive, in the meanwhile, forced away by the Molotov.
Oh, second round for us. They would have anticipated this here on the side of Crew, but still offering up a little bit of skin over at Long. Could have been a quick Martinez haircut if they weren't too careful about it. Digit as well will not find his duel. There's an extra man that has gravitated over towards B. Still keeping an eye on that red room in case there is a late lurk that could be active. But they're not going to be content with the fact that there's so much space taken over. Flash down the ramp, and the SMG to lead the way. Crew are probing. They don't want these fights, but they're going to fall right into a number of players here on 9Z. It's back and forth trades. Laser now called to question.
And it's a question with a lot of secondary factors as well. You've got a smoke down that's differentiating you. Sure, there's a Molotov to try and buy a little bit more time, but now a second smoke as well. Lenzy's been spotted, so they will be expecting at least one player to be coming through. Nade to open up the smoke, but the bomb can make the crossover. Laser considering pushing himself, but now the smoke's finished up and Martinez wants to take the fight to him. Martinez even managing to fade back into cave. That's worst case scenario over here. Buda's position is not the best. Lenzy can get the better of him, and Martinez is here to trade. And Laser, who was called to question, is still asking away, where is Digit? But that's always the magic wonder that you have to think of up against 9Z.
And you know, the repercussions, Laser had a kit in the pistol round, but he got knifed at the end of the round. Had he been able to stay alive somehow inside of that smoke, the added venture of having a kit could have made a world of a difference here. These shots from Martinez are disgusting, by the way. But you're right. How on earth do you predict where Digit's coming from? That man changes his mind sometimes and predicts ahead to what you'd expect.
Oh my goodness, Riggy, what a shot! Managed to move into the part of the smoke where he had just a line of visibility. And Huaso finds out the hard way. Laser now will have a really good timing up against Buda. Buda's made noise as well. Laser's trying to close the distance. He's got backup, but neither one of them find a frag. And now with the flash overhead, reverse him on the other side. Will be good for the one. Make it two. AK recovered. And he'll back off to B.
Reversive may not be done. You'd kind of hope he would be. But on that low health, he will continue to take space away from 9Z. They set their eyes on Cave. Ledge will be the destination. Lenzy being the one that dons that AK. Reversive still finding great timing, but finally overwhelmed. He was on low health already. Max barely surviving on a slither of health. But the fact that Max is still lingering around this direction, it's drawn Ataraxia over to try and support Lenzy and maybe get his hands on a weapon as well, while Martinez is crawling out towards this A bomb site and meeting zero resistance.
The problem is there's so much to clear out as well for Martinez. The smoke now down, he'll be able to get the bomb plant in safely, and he'll realize that Temple is likely clear as well. Max's 1 HP is so important over here. They know one of them is low. They know the ding connected. But for both of them to be playing from inside A main, Martinez could be in Temple. Or Ataraxia will have to come through and clear this one out. Lenzy's still got an AK picked up from another body. And with the smoke down on the bomb, they'd like to threaten the defuse, but they just don't have the kit. Again, Michael, it's the lack of time that's going to come back to bite them. It really felt like Crew had made all the right calls, but doubling up on B just simply wasn't it.
Yeah, and I don't even know why Max tried to run. There was no escape for that bomb on one health. I have to say, you know, Riggy's shot, okay, it was even more random than I anticipated. Had he not instantly hit the 1D, he's in a very compromised spot. It's really just this play from Reversive that's able to overpower 9Z and make them uncomfortable. Even with all the added damage that he did after those 2 kills. You know, the thing is, Buda played it about as well as you could have in that circumstance. Smoke blooming at his feet, plays forward so that his teammates don't get shot in the side and completely bodied by these pistols peeking when they're trying to take over cave control. And by initially dispatching of that, you know, he starts to call over for some help, flashes for himself. But then, after playing the whole situation so well, you know, kind of didn't swing for the double flashes on the peak that it was kind of designed for. They started looking towards long instead, looking up towards the site, but there are still players close ramp. Still, they have 2 rifles recovered in this round. Crew flashes are good, at least for the opening exchange, but it's a back and forth set of trades. One of those rifles dropped. Lenzi still holding onto his.
The nade could open things up for Martinez, makes things a little bit more tricky, but does sail a bit too deep. And as Wood has found territory inside the site, the problem will always be the bomb. Reversive trying to make his way over, will have a Molotov in front of him and a decision to make. The double swing out wide. Reversive uses the flying USB to take down the first. More weapons to potentially be recovered, but they will have to move past Digit to do it. In the meanwhile, Martinez knows his job. He's done it once already. Okay, I am going back to the A site, guys. See you later.
Digit, you can't spam that anymore. It's all that happening.
You can't pull them into cave.
It's either happening with tier 1 players as well. They still spam that. That's not something that carried over into CS2, but they didn't get the memo.
No.
And Martinez didn't just plant on that A bomb site. He's looked for even more, and that might have actually been the perfect play. They don't expect that whatsoever, and now Martinez should know that this A bomb site is open for the taking.
Digit's also in middle, so the worst part is that he could also go for a secondary flank in from CT, so this could be all of those flank-on-flank situations that we've always been worried about with 9Z. Bomb's not really planted for him, so he'll have to start to accelerate. There's no smokes to interrupt sightlines. Lenzi's a dead man. Digit knows they're not sticking the bomb right now, and Laser no longer has time. How many times will 9Z be allowed to get away with this very round?
In a 2 versus 3, they backstab all 3 remaining players. That is wild. Because once again, it's one of these high contest rounds where these recovered weapons and just the added firepower of these upgraded pistols was incredibly difficult for 9Z in the opening stages, but these players on 9Z, they know every round is winnable, and they play like it.
I mean, the confidence must be roaring after you've already done it multiple times, right?
But they take chances. They take risks in their 2 versus 3s when they know they've got the clock, because they bleed the clock a lot. So in the few times where they're at disadvantages and they've got time.
Yeah. Oh, so we've got 45 seconds? And we only have 300 meters to the site?
It's like taking the ankle weights off.
Some Brock Lee type things going on over here, but pushing fast to smoke out towards cave to try and help them scale into B quickly. Laser has interrupted initially, making a double over, almost a 3. Buddha now caught between Riggy and his destiny. Riggy, however, will be interrupted. Martinez to take him down again. Martinez and Digit, but this time without the bomb to work with. They've got the time, they've got the aim, and Ataraxia has got a 1v1. And he doesn't have all the most faith in. You never know where Digit's coming in from. That's always the problem. Ataraxia trying to take the fight to him.
Oh my god, Digit had the read too. But Ataraxia that much sharper on the fight. Had he not hit that instant, Digit was lined up for success. Finally, crew break through, but none of these rounds have been convincing. They have been cutthroat, they've been close. It has come to clutches and big plays made. And after this back and forth set of trades, Ataraxia coming in clutch for a 1 versus 2.
They should look like it was going to steal that one away as well, but now the advantage is a lack of money, or at least you'd think so. But that comes with the responsibilities. You have to stop them from rushing onto your territory. And 9Z, well, they might stop themselves. They're backing off after the first 1-for-1.
Riggy's still on ledge and could go for a timing swing. Digit starting to make some progress, and Riggy's not really anticipating this. Laser walking down that B ramp, and that's when Riggy will take that action. Finally, one of these plans here from crew to get aggressive nets them a massive man advantage, and Martinez this time cannot whisk himself away into an open bomb site. Falls victim to the Lenzi MP9, and they survive with 3 rifles.
A stalemate of losing rounds in impossible circumstances is finally broken. And with that goes out 9Z's money, and Crew get a chance to start really taking the lead themselves. 9Z will only have a $2,400 loss bonus over here, so you're heading into the next one without an AWP for Martinez again, unless there's a bomb plan and maybe a kill or two for him.
But you know who's killing it? Our partners over at 1xBet. They've got a mobile app that you can make use of by clicking the link in the description, or when that banner comes up again, just flash and scan that QR code. Make use of the code 1xRES LATAM to get up to 130% first deposit bonus as well when you make use of our partners.
9Z is depositing some bullets into 9Z, and he's happy to do so, relatively uncontested. He'll take the knee, he doesn't care.
A bit more normal now. I felt like at the start of this game, I was watching one of those classic infomercials. All they were doing was buy, buy, buy. And that's because all these rounds came down to like 1 to 2 surviving members. It was hard not to justify. And now that Crew have found some success, have been able to stabilize some of that money. Now they will have rifles up against rifles. And can maybe start building together a half.
Look at the smokes down. 9Z have put in a lot of effort to make sure there's zero chance of coming in from middle. Meanwhile, Digit's lineup must be reading into the idea that, yeah, they're probably going to reinforce the B side. Surely there's going to be one player sitting back over there. Might as well try. Early peek from Laser has come to be expected now, but Riggy was unexpected, as can be. Laser, good for the one. A flash will continue to delay. They are yet to retrieve the bomb, and with a lack of smoke on the right side, it is difficult to do so. But now Molotov's exchanged, and Max is trapped in. Max will finish off what he started with Laser, but the CTs are just setting up for the flank of Lenzi to come into play.
It'll be real late, though. That's the problem. Reversive, closing the gap and trying to cross into the bomb site proper. Now no attention should be drawn over towards ramp. Just trying to escape was Max. And now they have these 3 prongs of assault back onto the bomb site. All they can rely on is the spam in from cave, because the entrance will be covered and fully smoked off as well. Huaso doing the damage, but Lenzi spams back and instantly hits the head. Digit hiding in the smoke, and Ataraxia knows. Really well composed here from Crew. They waited and waited for that flank, and by the time it shows up, they're ready to do business.
Riggy's been the unexpected safety net of Crew coming out from the very first round. He's now up to 12 frags, and this first one is what really tips the scales. Second is important as well, don't get me wrong, but man, I can't believe Lenzi just turns around and punches Waso's lights right out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get spammed, you are.
9Z, half buy in. And remember, it's not a team that we've really seen do all that well when they're forced to try and bring things back with a big deficit. So Crew have a chance here to run away with things, theoretically. At the same time, we haven't really seen 9Z out of big deficit, so a lot of questions all around.
It's been good that Crew have been playing this aggressive, you know, map control based Counter-Strike. They're waiting into the mid rounds. They've come in with early philosophies. They have made 9Z uncomfortable. That's why this game was as contentious as it was at the start. But yeah, they have had their heroes, but they are making good calls all the meanwhile. Molotov that does force Ataraxia back, but he does good damage on his retreat. The Deagle of Martinez has struck, but the cavalry is here. Crew coming into support on that middle aggression there from 9Z, and Huaso has a whole lot to do. 1 versus 4, and they are keeping this open as a possibility. That flank will find nothing. Crew heating up in this map.
Riggy continuing to impress again and again and again. It feels like every round where he's able to get himself and his feet planted in a position, he just gets a multi-kill. And yes, I understand it's half bites, it's all of that good stuff, cool disclaimers galore, but trying to hold down the line over there from Donut is not easy when you have Tech Nines and the like just running at you.
I mean, his read on the situations has been great. You know, he's been able to play around smokes as well perfectly and catch 9Z off in a number of different moments. That and all while having the mechanics to back it up. He's hit some very fast headshots.
Boost up from Martinez, can't find them the frag. Tries to take a gander at it, but meanwhile, Reggie continues to strike in, and now Martinez has 4 players. Rather not 4, but 3 that he re-peeks back into. That is mental. Unless he's hoping for some sort of magical collateral. There's no way you get away with that.
Yeah, I was ready to scream, oh baby, a triple. And that's maybe what Martinez was hunting for. A bit unlikely. And probably a little silly. But
9Z will feel all the more so when you consider that, you know, if you should you lose over here, 2 of your 3 rounds will have been 2v3s. That felt very, very unlikely. That felt like Crew had done everything. 9Z have never felt like they're truly in the lead as far as early macro is concerned, as far as early fights are concerned. Ataraxia covering off Digit has had the better of him many times over, and this will be no different.
Yeah, and all these rounds of recovery for 9Z as well, they were against low buys. Against Rifles, that has not been the same story. Crew, once they start to stabilize their money, get in with full investments, they have been on a run. 5 straight, and that'll make that 6 as well as 9Z try and save their guns. Also, still tempting fate by taking a few jiggles, but I think now also realizes that he may put himself in a compromising position. Lenzi maybe just hoping Huaso was low. Chucking that nade at him, but not pursuing. 9Z are not getting a lot done in the early stages of these rounds. They're constantly fighting back from deficits, and only when they've been able to creep out onto a bomb site that's unguarded have they ever really been able to recover. And Crew, when they have the numbers, are not going to let that happen to them. Not when it's happened already probably 2 times too many.
Oh, no. Okay.
Man, that Molotov lasted forever.
Ricky, however, has also been a little bit too long-lived. Lenzi will have to come in and try to trade. The 1-for-1 is good, but the damage order is just the cherry on top. Mesa now contemplates aggression. He'll put his head and guns together with Reversive, just making sure that they are safeguarding out Cave and Cheetah. They'd rather try and protect one entrance of the B site and hope to retake in with a man advantage.
I think it's the possibility with the way that 9Z are currently composed. The likeliness is that they're going to start crawling up ramp at a given timing. They won't feel comfortable re-diverting in through middle, especially given the lackluster success they had in sort of clearing out that area in previous rounds. And so this double cave setup will have difficulties actually defending the bomb site.
If
30
Buddha
seconds.
isn't patient though and they can find the kill, maybe they're okay with that. There's not really smokes for the post plant available for the T side. Wasso will be able to clear things out, but he's not sure about where they're playing so far. Laser has very often been back towards long, and Laser will get one, but Wasso still trades. The crunch into cave is what should give 9Z their 4th, but Ataraxia still wanted to try and make a go of things. I'm surprised that Lenzi continues to commit.
Well, they've clutched so many rounds against us. Why wouldn't we try right back? Especially because we're approaching that last round of the half, and they had money to spare. Crew will try everything to get any advantage they can. This was a good call in the end here from 9Z. Kind of an unfortunate setup that Crew fell into that really does get countered by the approach that 9Z went for, but That's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. When you end up in these 4-on-4s, you have to take some liberties. Last round and a half could do a lot to provide some extra safety here for 9Z in what has been a map of instability.
Digit's not happy. Continues to be tagged up, but his nade will also do basically nothing. Reversive smokes Digit away. And he's got a real window where he could start to push through. Laser and Ataraxia with him. I was thoroughly thinking about it. Reverses just gets a frag right with the spam. Buddha's not happy about this at all. Digit trying to move back in, but there will be a Molotov to interrupt. Doesn't go quite as deep as it could have, so they just got more room to lurk for, but they're not ready for Laser at all. He's gone for the full wraparound. They know where Digit should be in this position. Digit's a dead man, and he doesn't even know it yet. And Martinez can trade, but what are you even trading for? It's a 4-on-2. You have to move into the AWP, and Martinez, well, he is experiencing firsthand what it's like to go up against an activated Ataraxia.
Yeah, good luck, Waso. Right into Ataraxia's AWP yet again. Nice little double kill, but it's really all on Laser and Reversive just combining to keep tabs and keep pressure applied. 9Z weren't able to move much of a muscle. This time that they go in through mid, there's a lot of resources spent that direction, but they're still losing members, and these weren't fair fights. Losing far too much health on the spam. Reversive clearly has those lineups for Hurst. And we wanted Crew to come in prepared with the way that they banned Nuke. 9Z very frequently will go in with an Ancient. And even though the Anubis didn't deliver all the way, now a big advantage that they can maybe capitalize on moving into the second half. Also, there are a lot of cute decisions made by Crew throughout that CT side. And one of the criticisms that we had looking back on 9Z versus Insanity is that when they jumped into CT, they were actually having a lot of difficulties retaining or even really contesting map control. It was only towards the end of that game, in the earlier round in the playoffs, that we started to get a bit more confidence for this 9Z squad. You know, Digit challenging off through ledge. You had Buddha as well, willing to take opening bouts.
Look, at the same time, going back to what you're saying, Michael, they've been able to get so much of these cute little plays out on Crew on the CT side. Ancient's one of those maps where they're very rare now in Counter-Strike that the CTs are the ones who dictate the pace of the first 30 seconds of a round. And Crew were really heavily relying on that. Now, admittedly, 9Z could fall into the same trap that it felt like they were initially going to fall into versus Insanity, where they don't take advantage of that opportunity that is afforded by the map. But this is not an open and shut case at all, despite what the scoreline might lean you to believe.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, exactly the circumstance that Crew found themselves in on that first, and we saw how close they ended up bringing that.
Of course, in the meanwhile, if you guys want to go check out our partners over at 1xBet as well, you can find out how close things can be over there as well. They've got all of these extra infos, these stats, this and that. Go find out all the details at their website or the Android or iOS applications of 1xBet. You can use the code 1xRESLATAM. That's 1xRESLATAM. As a sign-up bonus for up to 130% on your first deposit.
All right, small technical hiccup, but straight into the second half pistol. And we have not looked the hottest in this map, but maybe the pistol could be where they turn it around. Waso overwhelmed, and Reversive has completely other plans. A nice double kill in through mid, and an A-side split already being mounted.
Smoke at the feet of Max, and he will still be swayed away. Can't find any kills with the spam, and Buddha is just lying in wait. Laser spots him out with a quick jump spot as well, and as Buddha strikes in, he's picked up 2. Back to a 3-on-3. Buddha makes it 3. Riggy now needs to be the savior again, but he's not been given the time to do it with Martinez. Can bring it all together, but that's all Buddha.
Oh, I can't believe how much success he gets. I don't think he even realized he killed that first man, but from every duel then on out, 1-2 bullets is all he needed to take down these crew defenders. And they were concerned with the smokes that were still up, given that they had found that success. This starts off as a 5-on-3, and for them, all they want to do is try and somehow retain that advantage, only for Buddha to do that to them. That's rough. That was theirs for the taking.
And for 9Z immediately, you're seeing at least the idea of trying to get aggressive into lane with the MP9s that they have, but Laser will disrespect it entirely. He's given them the call. They're not here. It's a false flag. But he doesn't really want them to know how close he is either. Max's deep Molotov will force him to take a duel, or at least to try and take a position a little bit closer by. Reinforcements in the meanwhile have come over to B. 9Z are not shy of rotating in more presence. Digit finds one on the spam, and Buddha stays alive.
Oh my goodness, 2 players trying to contain them over at Elijah, and Digit has gone and struck in for another. Getting some confirmation on the numbers here for crew. At least 2 spotted over towards this B side. But they shouldn't just be content to sit around here on the side of 9Z, especially with the SMG in Max's hands. Sure, they're in a man advantage, but Huaso will be flying blind. And with only an SMG to defend this A-bomb site, surprised that 9Z aren't offering up any support.
Huaso. Oh my goodness, Huaso's been found out. So crew walking all the way in gets an easier duel up against the MP9, and the lack of support will now come back to haunt 9Z. The bomb is planted, and this time there's no one in position for a fast commitment through temple or anything like it. So it's not like you're going to be given these 1v1 duels that are going to be present if crew is trying to just watch for an angle with 1 player each. Max at least gets 1 for free. Looks for more, and Max is making me eat my words. 9Z making a game of this yet. Crew left with only Lenzi in a 1-on-4, and he's got 1 sure. Time ticking down low. The kits are a little bit limited, but Martinez has started to stick it beforehand. It won't even be a factor.
Yeah, well, they didn't have kits.
That's how limited they are.
Yeah, not limited, completely absent. So there was really a chance, even in that 1-on-4, had he just been able to get 1 more kill. You know, could have potentially taken down the planter, but the fact that Digit's able to find so much success before this round really gets going, from the spam to the mid clear. I mean, this is obviously not an ideal circumstance. 9Z found themselves in pretty similar numbers disadvantages many a time on their T side. But